Give it to me like. Give it to me like.
Hey, 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 hey. Ooh. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Wake up, every day feels boring. The same thing, routine in the morning. Grew up too fast without warning. And when it rains, it's pouring. I got dreams, big dreams. I wanna do big things, but I just can't seem to put it all together. I just wanna be seen. I'm jumping ship, I'm a diving. Middle of the ocean, swimming till I find it. I see an island, out ahead, filled with things that I've wanted since I was a kid. Swim to it.
Sorry about that. Where is everybody? Patreons, mods, members, like nobody's here. So I'll wait before I get started. What's up to the people that are here? KCG and Aries and Red. And I don't know where everyone else is. But Phoenix took me out for sushi. Oh, Ash, no, you're not on. There's so much we need to discuss. So much. So I will gladly drop you a link if you'd like a link. But yeah, it was pretty bad. I was pretty disappointed. And I'll explain why once more people get here. I don't know why nobody's here yet. But very uneducated in certain aspects, Ash. But I'll get into it. I don't want to talk about it now. I'll wait for more people. So how's everyone doing tonight? Hopefully good. Phoenix took me out for sushi. Sage brought me a chocolate chip cheesecake from Cheesecake Factory. Oh my God. It was like, it's better than sex. It's that good. So I'm doing something tonight that I really didn't think I was going to end up doing. And that is an old, not old, it's brand new, but OG DC live. OG DC review. Happy birthday. Happy birthday in heaven. Today's my ex-husband's birthday. 6669. It's kind of easy to never forget it. Boop, boop, boop. I don't even have a mod here yet. I don't know where anyone is. Everyone left me. So I'll give you guys a kind of a... Hey, Jenny, what's up, baby? I read half your email. I have not read the rest. Sage came over. Phoenix took me out. But I was going to write you back, but I'm so glad you're here. and I miss you and I love you and I'm glad I reached out to you because I don't ever want you to feel, I'll speak to you privately, but I don't ever want you to feel like you're ever alone because you're not. You got us. And I know I haven't been live a lot lately, but you got us, baby. But I'll speak to you about it privately. I miss my Jenny. So let me tell you some of what tonight's about. Well, you are the loyal few. Oh, absolutely, Jenny. I even asked Bad Wolf. I'm like, have you seen Jenny around at all? He's like, no, I haven't. I said, I got to reach out to her because I have not seen her and I'm a little worried because I haven't seen her anywhere. So, Ash, that doesn't matter to me. I don't care who talks shit. This isn't about talking shit. This is about the ignorance of Jesus and the Bible and being gay and how you're damned going to hell. All that bullshit. I don't care about what the DC says about me. I don't give two fucks. That's not what this is about at all. This is about the hypocrisy of the Bible. I got all my Bible quotes, all the reasons that I'm agnostic, the ignorance about Jesus and being gay. Believe me, I got tons of stuff to get into. Tons. Now, let me put a preface on tonight. Hey, Vanessa, let me put a preface on tonight. Preface that I put on tonight is I am not downing anybody's religious beliefs. I am not saying that anybody should think the way I think. I'm not saying that if you believe in Jesus or you believe in the Bible, that's a bad thing, because it's not at all. Being religious is a personal choice. Everybody has free will to make that choice. And I am nobody to judge anybody for their choices. So I want to put that disclaimer on tonight's live, because it's very, very important that everybody understands I'm not judging anybody, and I don't judge anybody, and I don't expect people to judge me for my belief. Stop that! Get him, Buka, get him. Come here, you little bum. I love you too, Buka. I love you too. Exactly. Go in love, not hate or anger or judgment. 100%. So I just want to say, I know there's people in here that agree with Dayton, that, God is all this and God is all that, Jesus is all this, and yeah. That's your belief. That's perfectly fine. I support my son. That's his beliefs. But when I hear some of the stuff like I heard tonight, it made me cringe for multiple reasons. What, you waiting for more people too? You waiting for more people too? Jesus is the life of us. That's what some believe. God, good orderly direction. I mean, it's a personal choice. It's a personal belief. And again, I'm not judging anybody for their beliefs. Everybody believes what they believe. But there's certain things that cross a line that I can't handle. And that's the judgment of gays. But I don't want to jump too far ahead. We'll get to that. All right. So let's start. Me too, Aries. Hey, Crystal. So let's start with where, if you don't know who Onewen is, OGDC. Republican Ash is also OGDC. So it seems that from what I heard, Republican Ash is going around stating that if you're gay, you're going to be damned to hell or some shit like that, which is the most ludicrous thing I ever heard. But let's get into this. Don't worry, I got my Bible notes all ready to go.
If you forget your car keys, that's because karma. That's God having her back. You know, if you stub your toe after you talk bad about Ash, God did that for Ash. The usual stuff that you hear at church.
Yeah. Stuff you hear at church. Sorry. Not any church I go to.
Now, I've never been to one that says that, but apparently over at Rash's church, they preaching a whole new gospel.
And like I said earlier, I just keep going back to this same verse. Like, you're causing blind people to wander off the road. What if somebody believes her? What if someone believes her and really thinks that they're going to go to hell? It's over. They might as well take their own life. You know what? Like, what if? And I don't think that's what her intentions are. I don't think she would.
Okay, that's like a little dramatic, but I can't expect anything else. But I thought Wendy did a good job throughout this. I do. From what I heard, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but she did do a good job through this. But that was just a little dramatic.
Want that to happen to anybody? But it could.
Yeah.
You're causing blind people to wander off the road. Stop it.
Well, I don't think that God would like you going out and hurting people on purpose.
Okay, that's like exploiting, but let me just say this, and I mean this honestly. I find it very hypocritical that you have Wendy and Randy sitting up there saying that hurting people intentionally is wrong when that's all they've done for years is hurt people intentionally. Randy's in some kind of fight with, I don't know, some TikTokers or YouTubers, I don't know. And she's hurting them intentionally. So it's funny to hear her say this. It really is. Like, hypocrite much?
That must not be her because
No,
I mean, there's the link.
No, she's already clicked backstage, but then she left. So I'm hoping she'll maybe she wasn't plugged in or something. There are many people that I do not agree with their lifestyle, but I would still be good to them and never talk badly about them or to them. That's beautiful, Jenny. Ash told them they're going to hell.
Right.
All right, Ash, I'm adding you.
Present yourself.
Can you hear me?
I can. Where are you?
You see me?
No, but I can hear you. Hang on. Okay, you're here. Why can't I get? There you go. You're
I
here.
don't know.
I got you.
Okay, so no, my business does pay it. Well, we live in California. Okay, you know how expensive for a studio is about $1,800 just for a
Yeah, I do.
studio.
Yes, I know. Believe me,
Okay.
I know.
Okay, Ash, my question on this was, why did this even come up? I know a lot of people that if they could live with their parents, they would. If I could move in with my mom and save $3,000 a month, I most certainly would. So I don't even know why this part of the conversation even came up. Like, what was the point of it? What I miss in this?
No.
So yeah,
Live
so
in
my business does not. My
Believe
business
it.
pay. What? Go ahead. Sorry.
I apologize.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. That what I was about to say meant nothing. I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, Ash.
So $1,800 plus utilities plus bills all adds up. You know.
I know.
You need about $3,000.
I so appreciate you, Aussie. 17 months. Woohoo! Ash, it's like that everywhere. Add 3 kids in the mix. And welcome to my world. You know, it's just the way of the world. It's expensive.
That's just for a studio to be comfortable.
Uh-huh.
But does my business pay my bills? Yes, of course. What's wrong with living with your parents? I help my family.
I didn't say that there was anything wrong with living with your parents. I never said that there was anything
And I
wrong.
did have life skills. I've been to college. I had 2 jobs in my life. And I never said that you don't get a job. I said you shouldn't work from. Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I said don't work 9 to 5 because 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 you should have your own business. You should be your own boss. And I'm talking in general. You should enjoy your life and of course be productive. Of course, I agree with you.
So
Have a balance. Hold on, I'm
okay,
almost
so
done.
okay.
And and I want people to have their own business and enjoy their lives.
Okay, but Ash, you have to understand something. Owning your own business is a lot of work. I work 18, 19 hours a day, and I still don't get everything done. I am forever working. My life would be so much easier if I went to a 9 to 5. So much easier. I would be less stressed. I would know that I was getting a paycheck every single week. To say, yeah, everyone should own their own business, but to own your own business correctly, it's a lot of work, a lot. And people need to you can't just throw it out there like, oh, you should just run a business. It's not that simple at all. At all.
And that's what it is.
So you
I don't think there's nothing wrong with it.
You just said, okay, well, let's have a conversation about it. Okay. There's no reason we can't have an adult to adult conversation.
I don't mind talking with you.
Then let's do it. Now you said you yourself have 2 businesses that you're doing. Okay.
No, I have 1.
I thought you told me earlier. I thought you said earlier you had 2. Forgive me.
Maybe she hit the wrong number.
I was using. No, are you talking? I mean, what do you mean 2 businesses? I don't understand. I only have 1.
Okay, you have 1 business then.
Yes.
You yourself
said I had 2 jobs in my lives.
Okay. Earlier in the chat, did she not just say I have 2 businesses?
Yes.
Am I reading that?
I said wrong? Jobs.
Well, you may have mistyped, but you said businesses. But it's okay. It don't matter.
Oh, okay. I
must have the right information. Just wanted
because I was I was doing voice chat.
Okay. Okay.
You know how the iPhones you can do that?
Yes, but jobs doesn't sound like business. So I mean that doesn't make sense. But that's okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I just want to have the right. I just don't want to misquote you. That's all. I was just trying to say.
I said I know what you're talking about now. I had 2 jobs in my life.
Okay, you said I had 2 jobs on my own. I have my own business and I do drive my parents' cars. You twisted my
why should I buy a car and waste my money when I can borrow theirs?
Boy.
You get what I'm saying? Like I'm talking in general.
I get what you're saying, Ash, but do you understand that?
But you said that I don't have no life skills. You don't know that.
I did not say that you don't have life skills.
You did. You said
no, I didn't. No. I said that you never lived on your own.
Mm-hmm.
You've never worked had a career.
There you go.
That's what I said. Now,
right, and that's not true.
Okay, well, hang on. A career is different than a job. Like a career is like, I don't know. I feel like a career is different.
And Onewen is 100% right. There's a big difference between having a job and having a career. Big difference. So I get where she's going, but I don't understand why this even came up. Like, what was the point of talking about this to begin with?
Okay, so like a job would be like
career.
I was a teacher for 30 years. That's a career.
Okay, and a business is not?
A business could be, but you don't make enough money in your business to live independently, right?
If I move out of the state, yeah, sure, I would.
I can tell you, here's what you said. Mm-hmm. You said that you make Jesus jewelry and stuff like that.
Yeah, we're not allowed to sell Christian merch.
Right, she doesn't sell that.
Right. Okay. I was just using that as an example because someone asked me a question in my chat. Correct.
Right.
Oh, so you make something other than Christian?
Yeah. Like I make yes, I make different kinds of jewelry. Where everybody tells me how they want me to make it, I do it for them. Correct.
So custom. That's called custom.
Yes, correct.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. But that's not enough to live on your own, correct?
If I'm here and we live in the same, you know which one I'm talking about.
Yes.
It's very expensive. If I move out and live in a different state, yes, I can afford it comfortably.
Okay.
So hold on. I can say this.
Have you checked though? Have you price checked other places?
Not really, Morgs. I had to address certain things that are about to be said that I was just taken back by it.
Right, but I'm very close to my family. They don't want me to leave.
Okay, but let's just say
let's be realistic. You don't want to leave either, though, correct?
I'm very close to my family. I want both,
right?
Like 50-50, but I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I don't know.
But if you were to ever live independently, you would need to have a job that pays you more than your business, correct?
My business will come with me. I'm fine.
And in addition to that, you would have to have a job too, yes?
No,
if you're making that much money selling jewelry, okay, show me, because I don't see how you're making that much money selling Jesus jewelry. I just don't. So I get where Onewen is going with this. It was brought up as Ash, you shouldn't work. Yeah, I'm getting to that incognito.
Business isn't enough.
Okay, so all right, hold on.
It's
Wendy, let
not
me
for
just
our
step in here.
our city, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, she does. For argument's sake, so you make enough, say, because the cost of living where I live and the cost of living in y'all
How much
state
for a
is
studio where you live, if you don't mind me
much
asking?
difference. I'd say that probably close to $2,000 a month.
Okay, wow, it's gotten expensive where you live. Okay.
Well, I mean,
Wow.
it's spicy everywhere right now.
Well, it used to be cheap in the South.
That's what you heard. But anyway, it is cheaper to live in the South than
It
it is
used
where
to
you
be
live.
cheap.
But say, okay, how much do you think rent would be? Would you rent or buy? Let's just say rent for the sake of.
I don't mind living in a studio.
Yeah, a little 1-bedroom apartment or a studio or something. That's totally fine.
Oh, okay. You mean you're talking about a studio apartment?
Yeah, a minimum. Yeah. What is the
I
studio? How
thought
much
she
you
meant
live
a studio to make her art. That's what I thought she
in?
meant.
No.
A studio apartment where I live right now would be probably about it's about $900 to $1,000 a month.
About what?
And rent is that's just the rent. You still have to get food, electricity. I'm assuming you're going to want internet, probably a phone, and then if you want an automobile, gas, insurance.
I didn't. Wendy, can you repeat that? How much is a studio at your place? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
900 to 1,000.
Oh wow, here is about 1,800. That's cheap to me. That's cheap.
Yes.
Yeah, but okay, so you're talking about you're making your jewelry and selling it, and that's enough to keep you up, say, in a different state. And what
No,
I'm saying to you is, okay, if you have $1,000 in rent, plus what all you got to pay, then you have electricity, you have water, you have a water bill, you have an internet bill, you have a car payment, you have car insurance, you have renter's insurance.
I don't.
You have.
I will not own a car. I do not want to. They're pain. They're a hassle.
Okay, the point is, though, if you lived in another state, not having your parents' car, then yes, you would have to buy a car. You just would. We're gonna get to that more. It gets pretty intense.
And then
look
okay,
how
well,
much
all right.
gas. Gas is about $5 to $7 now.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's very expensive. Yes.
Yeah, look at the groceries for a bag of chips, family size, almost $7.
Yes,
So
I mean,
and
I
that
know.
is something else that you would have to buy yourself is your groceries.
Right.
So
I know these things, Ash, because
Ash, I get it, but you're really not independent because you live at home, you don't own anything, you drive your parents' cars. That's not really independent. I'm independent. Wendy's independent. Randy has a husband, so she's not. But when you live on your own and raise your kids by yourself, that's independent. When you pay rent and mortgage and a car and insurance and everything Randy just rattled off, that's independent.
I've been living on my own for 40 years or however long I've been doing it, since I was 19.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, why? I mean,
my first apartment back when I was 19, my first apartment was $325 a month. And when I say it was humble,
it came furnished and it wasn't pretty, but
it is very expensive. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, and when and while I'm living with my parents, I do help them, even though they don't want me to. I don't know why, but I don't listen to them. I said, no, I'm going to help you.
Well,
I'm not just staying in my house, not doing that. No, I do stuff, you guys. I help my family and everything. I don't stay home. I don't know why people are saying that.
Okay, so
go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is, when I need advice about certain things, I go to Wendy, and vice versa. But I'm going to go to someone who's been there, done that. That's why we get upset when you're giving life advice on the internet. When
this is the life advice I give. Listen, I don't agree with I'm talking in general, not towards you guys. Like, I don't agree that we should be working 9 to 5 and then we pay IRS. Like, we're already paying taxes. We're already paying budget taxes. And if you miss one number out, you go to jail. Like, what? Like, where are we paying taxes? We pay taxes in our checks. We pay taxes in our income. Like, why? Why can we just
listen? If you're making money off that business, you better be paying taxes. I know,
I do. I have to, unfortunately.
And we pay our
taxes. I don't have to pay taxes because I'm independent.
And you don't make enough.
Okay, I don't know what planet you heard that from, Ash. Just because you're independent, you get what's called a 1099, and you still pay taxes. Every year I have to pay taxes on YouTube. I got to pay taxes on the candle business. I got to pay taxes on Google. I got to pay taxes on Cash App. I got to pay taxes on PayPal. And I'm totally independent. So I don't know who told you that you don't need to pay taxes because you're independent. That was like the weirdest thing I ever heard.
A year, probably. You have to make a certain amount a year before you
How
have
much
to
is
pay taxes.
enough a year?
If you make over
think it's like-
$600 in 1 year, you have to file taxes.
Really? I thought it was like
What?
$3,000. No, I'm crazy. I'm
No,
wrong?
it's $600. I promise.
All right. Well, the reason that we pay taxes,
And just to put it in perspective, you have a kid, a 16-year-old who goes to work somewhere. They have to pay, they get taxes taken out. They absolutely get hit the most, the absolute most, when you claim zero because you have no dependents. So where this whole tax thing came in, I don't get it. You're saying that you don't pay, but you have to pay. Like you just do. And it'll catch up to you.
so we can have things, like police and fire department and, the services that we get. This is the way our country runs. It's not awesome. I'm sure there are many things that people could argue about the flaws, but it is the system that we live in. And if you tell people that not everybody is able to just come up with a business that will make them have enough money so that they could function and live independently in this area or probably any area. They have to have a job. And it's frustrating when you say things like,
You only pay taxes if you have a job. If you have your own business independently, you don't have.
That is completely not true. Completely not true. And whoever gave you that information, fire them, because that's completely false.
Have to pay
no,
taxes.
ma'am, that is not true.
Ash, I don't know who told you that.
Ash, look it up. If you make any income at all, it is taxable.
Absolutely. We have owned 2 businesses that, thank God, they've been decent businesses. Do you think we could have said, nope, we're not paying those. We're not paying payroll taxes. We're not paying income tax.
Happy, don't jump ahead. We're getting to that.
We're not paying any of that. We would be in prison. You have to pay. If you have your
But
own
you
business.
don't know what I'm doing. You guys are assuming that I do.
Ash, if you have your own business, then you have a 1099. If you're filling out a 1099, then if you make over $600, you have to file taxes. It's not even an argument. It's a fact.
It's the law.
No, I know when you have a job, right? And if you have your own business,
No, you own a
I'm not
business.
done yet.
Any income, the income I make on YouTube, that's taxable.
Yes.
Okay.
All of it.
So what if you, so when you had your own business, did you have to rent the building?
No.
What kind of,
We're talking, look, the business that we had and the business that you have, apples and oranges. I'm just saying, when you own a business, you have to file taxes.
You do. It's the law.
It's not if you work for someone. It's not if you
look it up. You want me to look it up? Share. Oh, let me Google it right now.
No, I'm talking about, can you pin that comment?
Which comment?
No, I'm talking about, can you pin that?
Paying it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to pay the government no matter what you're doing. That's illegal. The people cash, that's called under the table. That's what they call that. They call that being minimum amount you can earn. Y'all shouldn't be getting a job. You should just do a business. Like it's something easy. It's hard.
That's what I'm saying, Jenny. I don't know why this took up so much of a part of the conversation. It was like overkill.
To decide that you're going to make a business that's going to sustain you, help you live independently, without any other help. Like it's kind of frustrating for me to listen to you say stuff like that, Ash.
Yeah, even when you want to run a business, you should probably, if you can, get a business degree, and then you'll know things about things.
Like I understand you have an opinion about things, and you're of course allowed your opinion. So am I. But it is frustrating for me as a person who has lived on their own, has paid for my own way for 30, 40 years now, because of my college, my career, to hear you say things like, you shouldn't do that, that's a scam, and just start a business. That's a frustrating thing. But honestly, on the list of frustrating things, that's at the bottom. That's not even the most frustrating. It's just where we were when you came in. What I really would like to talk to you about is...
Can I explain the college first before?
Sure.
Okay. The reason why I said that.
Okay, Ash, I'm going to put this as ignorant comment number 1.
Um, the thing is that, yeah, you should go to college for doctors, lawyers, and all those stuff. Yes, I agree with you. And the thing is that, I don't think you don't need to go to college for business. That's what I was trying to say.
Ash, you know I love you, but that is one of the most ignorant things I've ever heard, ever. They have so many aspects of business degrees. I wish I would have gone for business, and I have a degree, but I don't have a degree in business. And if I did, I'd probably get stuff done a hell of a lot faster. I turn to my friends and family who do have degrees in business and ask them for help. You can't run a full-fledged business without knowing business. It's the best example I can give you is when I was in the music business. A lot of musicians don't look at the music business as a business. They only look at it as, I just want to play. But the musicians that don't take it serious as a business don't make it. They will falter. They will be one-hit wonders. The ones that succeed and sustain the test of time are ones that know how to run a business. One of the band members has a degree. One of the band members is going for the degree, depending how old they are. I absolutely am a diehard believer in education. There's so many things that you need a degree for, especially in today's day and age. Please don't run around telling people that they shouldn't get a degree for business, because I guarantee you there's so many aspects of business that you know nothing about that you would learn in college. So many different aspects. I have a degree that's useless, but you know what? It's still a degree. I still have a degree. Whether it's useless or not, I still earned it. And there are very good colleges that people don't get scammed from. People get scammed every day on the internet, but you don't see them shutting it down. You don't see them walking away from the internet. But please don't go around telling people that. It sounds so ignorant. It is very dumb to say. That's why I'm saying I don't want to see you go around saying this stuff, because it's wrong. It's really wrong.
What about a business degree that can help you make good choices and understand your taxes? Things like that. Don't you think that would be helpful?
Like, you're talking in general?
Or to you? Or in general? I mean, don't you think that would be helpful?
You can find that out without college.
How? We just had to.
Yeah, you can find it out, but you're going to work 14 times as hard. If I had a degree in business, I guarantee you I would not be working as hard as I am. I wouldn't have to work 18 hours a day, every single day. I wouldn't have to, if I had a degree in marketing, I would know how to do social media. I would understand how to do social media. All the stuff that I'm working my fucking ass off now, if I had a degree in it, I would be good. I guarantee you, Ash, I could throw 20 business terms at you. You'll have no clue what they are. And you would learn them in college. You would know what they are in college. My son's in college. I'll throw terms at him. He'll know what I'm talking about. Dayton's not there yet. Dayton won't. That's true. You'll be paid less without a degree. And today's day and age, most people are not going to hire you without a degree. Doesn't matter what the degree is in, but they're not going to hire you without a degree. Even if you own your own business. You know, most people don't sustain longevity owning their own business. That's why you gotta up your game. You gotta, constantly evolve. You can't just stay in the same place.
Tell you that you had to pay taxes on your own business, and you said you went to college.
I quit.
So would you let someone file your taxes if? Okay, so usually whenever you have your own business, you have an
I'm
attorney.
talking about my friend, but you guys don't want to talk about it because of her, but you keep going at it. Don't draw attention to it then about my friend.
No one's talking about your friend. We're talking about you.
I don't know your friend.
Yeah, we're not talking about your friend. We
All
don't know
right.
anything
So
about
what
her.
did you want to talk to me about? Like, okay, you know what? It doesn't matter what it doesn't matter about college or whatever. You guys do whatever you want. I mean, it's really honestly, but anyways, I want to tell you what you did twist my words about some of the stuff I said about yoked. I know about that Bible verse, Wendy. I know about that. I'm
Okay.
not I'm not stupid about that. It
Okay.
says yes, you cannot be yoked together. They highly recommend that you don't do that, but it's not like it's not you have to do it. It's a highly recommended.
Oh, so that's what it says in the Bible?
Ash, there are people that are successful. You have to have a job. What do you mean there's people with no job that are still successful? How are you successful without a job? You can't be successful unless you bring in money. Success equals money. So how are you gonna be successful without money? I mean, without having a job. That's stupid.
God said, and I highly recommend to you to try to get yoked.
No, you know what I'm trying to say.
Or does
Come
it
on.
say to not marry someone unevenly yoked?
Right.
What is it? What does it say?
But you know what? Hopefully, hold on for a second.
That's what it says. It's not.
Criminal Ed, the good stuff hasn't even started yet.
Highly recommended. It's not frowned upon. It's a actual rule.
Hopefully, he will convert to Christian, but I cannot force him. But
No,
he does likes the Bible. He does.
Mm-hmm.
Have you read his Bible, his Quran?
I know about the Quran. I don't agree some of it.
Some of it?
I didn't read the whole Quran because I'm not a Muslim, but I know some of it. I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about Muhammad and Aisha, right?
I'm talking about the guy that wrote it. How about let's start with that guy.
Muhammad did not was blind. He didn't read or write. I know which one you're talking about.
Okay, just to clue you in, Ash, Muhammad is their Jesus. It's the Muslim Jesus Christ. That's what they believe is God, is Muhammad. So I don't know where you got this information that you're about to sprout. It didn't make sense to me. Because Muhammad is their Jesus.
Well,
no, I don't think you do. I don't think that a man fell asleep, had a dream, and woke up and rewrote the Bible. Thank you.
I wasn't talking about the Bible. I'm talking about the Quran.
I'm talking about the Quran too. He thought he was rewriting it.
No,
that I had a dream. God, this is what Allah wants. Yeah, Google it. Look it up.
I know about
Better yet, hey, you know what, Ash? Don't Google it or look it up. Ask your boyfriend.
Wait, what are you okay, so what are you talking about? So what's your point here? I don't understand.
Why? I'm sorry, are you feeling judged?
Oh, hang on. Listen.
No, I just don't, I'm confused. What are you trying to ask me? I don't understand what you're trying to ask me about the Quran.
You know what? It's not our business who you're in a relationship with.
You're right. Allah is their God, but isn't that Muhammad? Or am I wrong? I thought Muhammad is Allah. Am I wrong? I could be wrong. But I know Muhammad plays a part somewhere.
It's not.
No. I want to know what were you trying to ask me about the Quran?
I'm gonna finish what I was saying.
Wait, real quick. I want to know what
I wasn't gonna. You know what? There's nothing to ask. To be honest with you,
you mentioned the Quran. You wanted to state something. What was it about? I want to know.
I said, do you believe? I asked you the question that man fell asleep. Allah came to him, and he rewrote.
Okay, Muhammad is equivalent to Jesus. God is Allah. Is that right? Did I get that right? I haven't been in the Muslim religion in years and years. I'm talking like 25 years. But I knew Muhammad played something. So Muhammad is their Jesus and Allah is their God, right? All right. Hey, Marie, you're not green.
The Bible and called it the Quran. Do you believe that?
Are you talking about Muhammad?
Who wrote it? I don't know who wrote it.
Muhammad.
Okay. If that's his name, do you believe that?
The disciples wrote the Bible and the Quran. I believe that Muhammad did wrote the Bible, not the Bible, the Quran. I do. Yeah, he wrote the Quran.
That's not what I asked you. Do you believe that God came to him in a dream and told him what to put in that book?
Right, and I'm answering you. Yes. That is true, but it is incorrect. They think that. That's what they think.
Right. What do you think? That's her question.
Right. What do you think? Do you think that God told someone to write a book like the Quran? Or Quran, I call it the Quran.
No. But they believe that, so it is what it is. I can't force them.
What? I'm a little confused here. Hey, Tanya.
Oh,
So
you
why?
can't.
Okay, go ahead, Wendy. I'm gonna
You
zip
can't.
it.
I want to get off this topic because I don't want to
Offend anyone? Yeah,
I don't want to offend anyone, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds because at the end of the day, it's none of our business who
it's
you
not.
decide to date. That's between you, him, and God. It's not between you and us and the rest of the chat. It's not between any of us. Okay, that's
Right.
private. It's your business between you and him and Jesus. My
Yes.
point is that I
If
feel.
you're saying the truth,
Let me finish my
I want to hear
sentence.
the truth.
Hold on.
Let me finish my sentence. I believe that likewise, in the same way that it's none of our business who you're with, it is none of your business who other people date if they date someone that is the same gender as they are. It's none of your business. I feel like you have made your platform, and I know you're very, very proud of being this, fearless Christian, and that is a good thing. I get that. We shouldn't be afraid. You're right.
Right.
We shouldn't be afraid.
But you're
However,
twisting my words.
I haven't even finished my words. How do you know what I've twisted? Can you please be patient and wait for me to finish my sentence? Please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I feel like you've made your platform now. The several times that you've been live, especially in the last few weeks, you're only talking about the list of things we're not allowed to do. You can't celebrate Christmas, Easter.
Twisted.
Don't have Santa. Don't have the Easter bunny. Now listen,
Another twisted word. Another twisted.
Well,
No,
let me
you
finish
said
it, and then
Santa
you
was
can.
Satan, but okay, go ahead.
No,
Let me-
I explained it why,
I'm
and I
sorry.
posted
Hold
it.
on, Wendy wasn't done. Hold on.
Let me finish, and then you can say what I have wrong. Okay, is that fair?
Okay, fair enough.
Because this is how I heard it. So if this isn't what you meant, then it's
Can you
good that you're
clip
here.
a part of it? That's let's be fair. You clip part of it, not all of it.
Right now, she's just speaking. Please let her.
Right. I'm not playing a clip at all. I'm telling you what I heard. Okay. Because I feel like you've built your platform right now on basically telling other people how to live their life instead of sharing the good news of the gospel.
Okay.
Instead, you're telling them that they're doing all these wrong things. They're doing bad things because you believe
When
that
I'm talking in general, not towards you guys.
it doesn't matter who you're aiming it at. You said that gay people are going to hell.
It's true. It says in the Bible.
You can't know that.
This right here is my biggest issue with this whole argument. And I have to, hey, Debbie, I have to give my opinion on this because I get so mad at this ignorant and stupidity of people that say how you're going to hell if you're gay. Being gay is wrong. There are so many things. And Ash, you can't use that argument that, oh, it's in the Bible. Because if I actually showed you all of the crazy things that are in the Bible, you would never use that again. And you would never quote that again. In the Bible, it says that 144,000 Jews will be going to heaven and everybody else is going to hell. That's in Revelation 7 and Revelation 14. Okay. So that means everyone else is going to hell. In the Bible also said that a possessed person speaks to Jewish exorcists before beating them up and leaving them naked and bleeding. That's in Acts 19, 13, 16. Oh, yes, it does say that. King James Bible sure does. I'm giving you exactly where it says it too. In the Bible, Luke 24, 13, 35 says Jesus' disciples didn't recognize him after the resurrection. Did Jesus look like someone else? Did someone else claim to be risen Jesus? How did Jesus' disciples not recognize him? Again, that's Luke 24, 13, 35. This is in the Bible. So I have tons more. Jesus turns water into wine. John 2.9. Jesus tells his disciples to eat his body and drink his blood. John 6:53, 56. It goes on and on. Jesus calls Peter Satan. Jesus turned to and said to Peter, "Go behind me, Satan." That's in Matthew 16:23. So if you're going to say that it's in the Bible, I can read you 100 different verses from the Bible that make absolutely no sense at all. And I can tell you exactly where it's located. So my point being is there's tons of this. So please don't use the excuse that it's in the Bible, because I will combat that with the most ridiculous stuff that's also in the Bible. And I'll tell you exactly where it's located so you can check it yourself. When I'm born, I'm not born given a choice of what my sexual preference is. I am who I am. I am heterosexual. I've always have been. I have no desire to play with someone else's boobs unless they're a guy. I like men. I like strong men. I like big men. I like stocky men. It's not a choice. This is how God made me. I have a friend who's gay. That's how God made her. She made her gay. She didn't wake up one day and say, "I want to be gay." That is how she was born. It was never a choice. She knew at a very, very young age that she liked girls. She knew from the time she was very little, she liked girls. She didn't like boys. She never wanted to see a boy's pee-pee. She wanted to see girls' pee-pees. And we all knew it, and she knew it. Because it wasn't like she woke up one as a teenager and say, "Well, I think I'm going to explore my sexual side." She just knew. So my point being is that's how God made her. Yes, Ash, God does make you gay. He's not against it. They were all gay back in the day. They were all sleeping with each other back in the day. And that's why they put it in the Bible, not to do this, because they were doing it. They also say don't have a baby out of wedlock, but Jesus was born out of wedlock. Jesus wasn't born to a married couple. Adam and Eve weren't married. None of these people were married. But they're telling you to make sure that you are married, don't have a child out of wedlock. Why not? They did. Like, seriously, they did. So why can't we? Hey. So my point being is, but Ash, the Bible also says that Goliath was 10 feet tall. He was not. Oh, Adam and Eve were married? All right, my bad. If you look at Samuel 6:4-5, God demands 5 golden hemorrhoids as a trespass offering. And that is fact. Go look at 1 Samuel 6:4-5. He says, after striking the Philistines with hemorrhoids in their secret parts, he demands that they send him 5 golden hemorrhoids as a trespass offering. This is in the Bible. So if you're going to say things, well, it's in the Bible, well, let's look at what's in the Bible, because there's a lot of things that are in the Bible. Stuff that you would never know is actually in the Bible, and it is. Another thing that's in the Bible: an abused prostitute gets gang raped by a gang of perverts, then dies, then gets cut up into 12 pieces. This is in Judges 19:22-30. Winston! It says, after taking in a traveling Levite, the host offers his virgin daughter and his guest concubine to a mob of perverts who want to have sex with his guest. The mob refuses the daughter, but accepts the concubine, and they abuse her all night. The next morning, she crawls back to the doorstep and dies. The Levite puts her dead body on an ass and takes her home. Then he chops her body up into 12 pieces and sends them to each one of the 12 tribes of Israel. This is in the Bible. This is Judges 19:20-30. It all said Samson in Judges 15:14-15. It says Samson kills 1,000 men. I doubt it. In Exodus, whoever uses God's favorite perfume will be exiled. Don't use God's favorite perfume. Exodus 30, 37, 38. This is all in the Bible, Ash. God sends plagues so people can get to know him better. Exodus 9:14. So, I mean, if you're going to quote what's in the Bible, let's do it. Let's quote what's in the Bible. Noah had 3 sons when he was 500 years old. Genesis 5:32. God created light before the sun and the stars. God spent a day making light before making millions of stars. He made the stars also. And almost as an afterthought, he makes trillions of stars. Genesis 1:14-19. So my point being, and again, if you weren't here earlier, I apologize. And I'm not trying to offend anybody's religion or anything to do with that. And I said that I put a disclaimer in the beginning. My point being is that absolutely, Rox. My point being is that I am so sick and tired of hearing people judge someone else for the way they're born. People are born gay. It's not a choice. Nobody wakes up and says, I think I'm going to be gay today. That doesn't happen. It is ignorant. It is stupid. It is wrong. And it triggers me. It really triggers me because nobody asks for that kind of life and the problems that they have and the, heartaches that they have and all the trouble and the hate crimes and everything. Nobody chooses that. You don't choose to be gay. That is how you're born. And it really does infuriate me that when people say, oh, it's against God, it's in the Bible. So are all these other things that are in the Bible. Wake up. Yeah, nobody would want that, especially back in the day, especially when being gay was like horrible. Box, I just dropped it. I mean, I remember growing up, you couldn't be gay. I mean, in New York City, you could, but you couldn't be gay. No, I think people are born gay. I don't believe anyone has a choice. You are who you are. You like who you like. No, do I have the choice to be gay? Yeah, of course I have the choice. However, I wouldn't make that choice because that's not what I like. If you like the same sex, then it's who you are. It's not a choice. But for many, many years, people had to make that choice and be miserable for the rest of their life because being gay was so unaccepted. No, Ash, it's fact. No, it's not false. It's fact. Anyone that thinks that someone that's gay can just go straight is ignorant. It's absolutely ignorant. Your sexual preference is who you like. It's who you always liked. It's who you are. It's not a choice. And it's not a sin to be gay. And it mind blows me in 2024 that people still think like that. I agree. Killing somebody and being gay are not even close to being the same thing. See, Jenny, that's debatable. That is truly debatable. Hey, Orion. Orion, would you like a link? You'd be a good person to take a link. And Sweepy, that's possible too. But I'm talking people that know from the time they're very little. I'm not talking those that, you know, are bi or might be or not sure. I'm talking ones that know from the time they are very, very little that they're gay. Ones that there's never a choice. Say one of Sage's best friends in the whole wide world has never wanted a penis, ever. She is all female. And that's all she wants is female. And she knew that from the time she was born. Nope. From the first time she liked girls. The same way little girl, like same way I like boys. She liked little girls. Oh my God, Ash. Being gay and being a serial killer are the same thing. Are you really this ignorant? Like, are you seriously this ignorant? Exactly, Brian. You never wanted penis because you're not gay. You're straight. But Ash, please tell me you're not this ignorant. That's like homophobic. That is truly homophobic. The sins are not the same. The sins are not even close. Taking someone's life and being who you're born, yeah, it's also LGBT month. It's Gay Pride Month, right? June is Gay Pride Month. It is Gay Pride Month. Yeah. I forgot about that too. Box, I dropped a link for you, hon. What happened? No, she did say that, Orion. She did, Orion. She did. She said that a serial killer and being gay is the same sin, and that's just not true. I don't care what Brian said. Never fall in love with a woman, but who the fuck am I to decide if it's wrong to do so? If you believe in God, then you believe in love for everyone, regardless of gender. I just don't understand why anybody thinks they have a right. Like, we're born a certain way. I was born straight. I can't help it. This is how I was born. And I'll give you the example that I've given other people on the same topic. When people want to say that God says that if, you know, they shouldn't be gay. Well, here's the other side. God doesn't allow certain women to have babies. God makes sure that certain women cannot have kids. So then they adopt. Well, if you want to go by strictly what God says, God didn't allow them to have children. So why are they allowing them to adopt? See, but Jenny, then it gets into people pick and choose what works for them. people pick and choose how it works because it does have to do with God. If you believe that God creates miracles, and if you believe that God is the reason why we have X, Y, and Z, then you have to believe that God chose for you not to have children. What's up, girl? Are you there?
Okay.
All right.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
What's up,
Okay.
Box?
I'm not watching chat. So,
Okay.
and I'm also behind in your stream. But
Okay.
so I grew up in a really sheltered household, Baptist. Um, we went to church every Sunday, all of that. But once I got out of the house and on my own, I started to think for myself, and I have met the most wonderful people
Okay.
that are gay. And so this topic bothers me because recently, like, my sister keeps sending me Bible verses. My
Uh-huh.
husband and I went to meet his biological sister for the first time, and she's married to a woman, and they were the nicest people ever. I instantly felt at ease. So
Aw.
I have a problem because of my background and my faith. It's like a cognitive dissonance almost.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, I just wanted to add that. Again, I'm behind in your stream, so you might not even be talking about that anymore.
It's okay. What part are you
So,
up to?
the very beginning.
No, it's just that people judge other people for who they like, and people judge other people for things that they don't even know. Like, for example,
Yes.
we don't know what happens when we die. I believe I do know. I believe I saw it firsthand, but I can't prove it. But I do believe I know what happens. And
Okay.
but for the regular, we don't know if there's a God. We don't know if there's heaven and hell. We have no idea.
Ugh,
So for people to
that's so
judge
hard for me.
other people, for people to judge other people not knowing, like really not knowing the truth,
Yeah.
that's that's dumb. That's ignorant. That, and I'm not saying that people can't believe what everyone, what you want to believe. Everyone's free to believe what they want, but don't judge someone else
Yeah.
for their lifestyle or compare them to a serial killer because they were born gay. That's fucked up.
Who is compared to a serial killer? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, Ash compared the
Aw.
sins of a serial killer to the sins of someone gay, and I don't think that being gay is a sin.
No, I don't either. And that's the thing is I grew up with that and I was very sheltered. But then once I kind of got out into the world, um, it's hard because I struggle with my faith and then what I see in people because I love everyone and I don't get it. It's hard. So I agree with you. It's just for me it's a little bit of a struggle because of my faith.
Guys, she did say that. I'm
What
gonna
did
find,
I can't see chat.
hold on. I'm going to find it because she did say it.
I think maybe if she did, she didn't really mean it that way. I don't know. Um,
But that's the thing. Like, Ash, you said you're going to have a pastor. I don't need a pastor to tell me my beliefs or what I should believe or shouldn't believe. I don't
yeah.
need anybody telling me that.
And yeah, and that's the thing. I have one sister and we're close, but when I told her about going to meet my husband, because we found his sister through 23andMe, he's adopted. And when I told her about it, she started sending me all of these Bible verses. And so now we're really not speaking because it upset me so much. Because I met these people and they're wonderful, so nice. Um, and I even have patience. I have, um, I don't really want to say my job, but I have patients and, parents of my patients that are gay, and I don't think anything different. I love everyone. So, yeah, I
Because
agree with you.
someone's personal choice, and I'm a diehard believer in this, someone's personal choice, someone's personal sexual choice, it should not be anybody else's business.
Yeah.
If I liked getting hung upside down from the ceiling and chains, and I'm trying to think of the worst case scenario.
No, there are all kinds of things like that. You could pretty much take any scenario. I mean, you could take anything and put that into that sort of belief. Like, all sins are supposed to be the same. So if I told a lie today, then supposedly I guess that's the same as being gay. But I don't think being gay is a sin. I'm just saying, according to the Bible, everything's a sin. So, like, murdering someone is the same as lying or being gay. I don't know. I feel like now that we have all of the science and knowledge to know that it's not, I don't believe it's a choice. Yeah, I just don't agree with it anymore. So with
No.
judging people and thinking that's wrong, that's what I don't agree with.
And what's really sad, though, is how many and how much people use religion. Like, all right, for what I'm
Yes.
saying is religion should be used for personal guidance. Religion should be used for personal growth. Religion should be used for, becoming a better person, or however way that it will make you a better person or live a better life or, attain to your goals or something. But to judge others based on your religious beliefs is ludicrous.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
agree.
believe in it in any capacity, whether it be a Jewish religion, Catholic religion, Christianity, Muslim. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but don't put others down because they don't see things the way you do. And that's the part of
totally agree.
religion that turns a lot of people off.
I know. I agree. I mean, especially like I said, I was very sheltered. I grew up in a Baptist household. We went to church every Sunday. I've never heard my parents curse. I don't curse. Just all sorts of things, but it was a culture shock when I went away to school, college, and I was able to actually think for myself and see everyone for who they are, and I never judge anyone for anything. So it's hard, especially if you grew up like that. I know you have a different background and belief, and we're probably totally opposite, but I still love you.
Thanks. I love
but
you.
but yeah, I agree with you. It's something that has been really bothering me lately. So then I saw your stream and just wanted to contribute.
Yeah, because I heard, and I appreciate it, but I heard Ash on, and I heard what's going on, and I was like, I'm not touching that. But when I heard her say that, and that the prime topic was all about, how being gay is you're gonna burn in hell.
Yeah.
The most ludicrous thing I ever heard in my life.
Well, but
ignorant statement. It's such an ignorant comment.
It is, but just to offer another side, it is, I guess, ignorant. I don't really like to. That seems like a mean word, but at the same time, just because of how I grew up, I used to think that way because that's what the only thing I was around. So, I mean, Ash, she's very. I mean, I don't know her personally, just hearing her, she's a really sweet person, and I think that's just how she grew up and that's how she believes. And so I don't think that she means to hurt anyone, because I remember having those same beliefs before I actually got out into the world and got to know people and thought for myself. So I don't know. I think that's maybe how that goes. I don't know. Sorry, I'm nervous. This is weird.
Don't be nervous.
But
I'm not nervous at all.
yeah, I see both sides. But I guess because of like the situation with my sister, it's bothering me right now. So I totally agree. I don't think that you should judge anyone for anything. We all have our, I don't know, everybody's different, and everyone should love each other and be nice. That's how I that's how I feel.
And I agree with you. Ash, did you remove that comment? Because I've been through every comment and I can't find it. I think you removed it.
Yeah, I think she probably just, sorry, Ash, I don't know you, but I think just sometimes the way that you grow up, and if you don't get out a lot, I don't know. I just know that I felt that way at some point, and I feel bad for feeling that way. But maybe that's what's going on. I don't know.
The problem is in 2024, we need to change these, like that kind of mentality. That
Yes.
kind of mentality is what is going to destroy the future. And it did. Oh, Brian said it. I read that Ash said it. All right, so Brian said it. Either way, it's a stupid ass comment.
What did Brian say?
That serial killers is the same sin as being gay.
Come on, Brian. That's ridiculous. And I know the Bible very well. I've read it several times, the whole thing. I have a problem with, I don't really like the Old Testament because there are so many things in there that you could take and say, oh, well, okay, you have to have a bunch of wives. You have to go away when you have your period. I mean, there's just a lot of things in there that if you take literally, I don't know. I just don't agree with it, even with my background. And I'm still a Christian. I still believe it's just, I have a hard time with the judgment of others. I really do.
And because it's always a pick and choose judgment. Like
Yes.
Brian, you seem very judgmental. You're saying a sin is a sin. Well, guess what? Gluttony is a sin, and you're obese.
Oh,
so you're committing a sin
Laura.
every day.
Oh my
What?
gosh. I
It's
know.
true, though.
Don't say that. That's
But it's
terrible.
true, though. You can't pick and
No.
choose because someone's gay, that's a sin, when gluttony is a deadly sin.
Well, that's what I was saying about a sin is a sin. And in the Bible, it says all sins are the same. So we shouldn't judge anyone because we all sin every day, all day. I mean, if you go and look at everything that's a sin, so if you pick and choose, that's just not right to me. That's my opinion.
But I'm saying Brian shouldn't be judging someone as a sin if they're gay when he commits gluttony. So that's a sin. So why you judge if you don't want to be judged, then why are you judging someone else? That's my whole point.
Oh, she left.
Wearing leather is a sin. Where'd you go,
Who's
back?
obese?
Brian?
He said he's not.
Yes, he is.
He said that right now.
Yeah, you are, Brian. Not being rude, but yeah, you are.
He said he lost weight.
Oh, good.
So he's not obese. That's what he said.
I don't know. The videos on TikTok are. All right. So what's up, ignorant one?
Why are you saying that? I'm not ignorant. You're ignorant of certain things too.
No, I'm not.
A lot of people are in certain situations. Doesn't mean we're it's on purpose. It's okay.
Oh, that was Box on panel. I don't know where she went. So what's up, Ash?
Laura, you should.
What?
You should. I'm sorry. That comment made me laugh. What Brian said. He said I'm 240 pounds, Laura.
Box, you want the link again? So what's up, Ash?
I think Laura, it's just like people are telling you that in the chat. I don't know if you're paying attention to chat. It's very important that you pay attention because some of them are saying that you're kind of wrong about certain things.
I'm not wrong about being gay is not a choice.
No, they said that if you're not born being that.
Everybody is born a certain way. I am born heterosexual. I don't like girls. You're born heterosexual. You don't like girls. Orion was not born heterosexual. Orion was born gay.
So God made her that way, correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. If you
No,
believe in God,
Christians don't believe that. Well, real Christians.
that is not true. I hate this whole there's a real Christian and a fake Christian. No, there's
There
not.
is. That's true. There's lukewarm. Look up lukewarm.
You're either, what is a Christian? Christian is somebody who believes Jesus is God or the Son of God, and you believe in the Holy Spirit, and you believe in the deadly sins, and you believe in the shit you believe in. There's no fake Christian.
Real Christians, no, you don't. Oh my God, can you guys explain to her lukewarm? Maybe you guys can explain it better than I can. Because no matter how I say it, people are gonna think, no. Look, God doesn't make people gay. You see, there you go.
Okay. I am a believer, Johnny, and you're not going to change my mind.
Okay, what would you do if they? I didn't know Dayton was a
gay.
Christian.
Dayton? Yeah.
Okay, what does Dayton think about that?
Dayton.
What?
About what? About what?
That being gay is a sin.
He's 16. He doesn't know much.
Oh, well, you said that he knows, like, well, 16-year-olds are well educated in this generation nowadays.
Absolutely.
So he should know.
He has his beliefs, and I don't agree with him.
Okay, so he does agree with me if he talked to me. Okay, so there you go.
Right. He thinks being gay is wrong. But that's why I said
right. He's right. He's right. If you're gay, you're going to hell. But there's good news.
No. That is not true. That is the stupidest fucking thing I ever heard in my life.
Look what even Brian's saying it.
Who cares what Brian says? Who the fuck is Brian?
I'll tell you, Laura, why are you getting, listen,
I can't stand this type of ignorance. Okay, no, you're not going to help if you're gay. It's the stupidest fucking thing I ever heard.
So anybody that believes in that is ignorant. Am I correct?
100%.
So that means you're calling your son that? Are you kidding me?
I tell him that all the time.
Oh my gosh, Laura.
All the time. That is an ignorant belief.
And what does he say?
He laughs at me.
Okay. So anyways, but there is cure for that. The being gay, because Jesus does heals it.
Okay. Listen to me, Ash.
I know, Laura. Brian, I know she's an atheist.
There is no healing of gay. It's not a sickness. It's not a disease. It's not something that needs to be cured.
No, I didn't. I'm saying it can be cured. There's some people that used to be gay. Did you know that? I can show you proof.
Oh my God.
Okay, what if okay, there's a person that I follow on Instagram, and they said they used to be LGBT, and that got cured once they got close to Jesus and God. What would you say to them if they came on your panel?
I would say they are the fake Christians, and I'll tell you why. Because
you said there's no such thing as fake Christians.
God is supposed to be almighty. God is supposed to be all loving. According to Christian beliefs, God is almighty and all loving, and God loves you no matter what. So you don't need to change your sexual preference because you got close to God, because there's many gay people that have wonderful relationships with God. wonderful relationships, and they don't need to change who they are because God accepts them for who they are.
But yeah, but I already told you guys the reason why Jesus died for our sin. He didn't say do it on purpose or take advantage of it. And even one would agree with me.
God was murdered by the Jews and the Romans. That's how
we know that.
He didn't die for your sins. He was murdered. He was ordered to be murdered.
Laura,
yes.
It was planned by God and Jesus. Oh my, you see, Laura.
The Jews went to the Romans. They killed this motherfucker. We want to kill him and get, what's his name, off the, some with a B. I forgot his name. And we want to, save him. That's how that happened. And the Romans said, okay, we'll do it.
This topic is probably not a good idea. Well, Johnny, she brought it up. I'm going to explain to her. She doesn't even believe that Jesus died for our sins. She just said that.
He didn't. Jesus died because he was murdered. He didn't want to. He didn't plan on it. It wasn't his choice.
It was his choice.
No, it wasn't. It was
ask them. Ask the chat. They'll tell you.
It was not his choice. He was murdered. He did not choose to die. He did not want it.
Laura, I would, a lot of people are going to get very angry at what you're saying right now. He did die for his sins. He did. That's true.
No, he did not.
So if they're telling you that, they're ignorant too, right?
No. Let me ask you a question. Did you know that Jesus was Jewish?
Yeah, I already know that.
Okay. And did you know Jesus was born a Jew and he was a rabbi and he died a Jew? Did you know that too?
So
hold on. That's a simple yes or no question.
I knew he was Jewish.
It's a simple yes or no question.
I knew he was Jewish.
Okay. Did you know he was born a Jew and died a Jew?
He was born.
Do you know that he? Okay. Did you know that
he was
Jews
Hebrew.
are the chosen people?
He's the son of God.
Religion. Hebrew is the language of Judaism.
Yes.
Hebrew is not religion; it's a language.
No, I think you missed his comment.
No, I'm just telling you that Hebrew is a language. The Hebrew language, it's a language.
He was accused of being a Jew. That's why they put King of the Jews on the cross. That's what Brian said.
He was a Jew. He wasn't accused of being a Jew. He was a Jew.
Can Brian come up?
I don't care.
Brian, you want to come up?
Brian, he wasn't accused of being a Jew. He was a Jew. He was born a Jew and he died a Jew. Now you gonna tell me that's wrong? Okay, Brian. You need to re-examine your stuff. I was asking her if she understood that. I was asking her if she knew that. It does matter.
No, Jesus does judge, Crystal. He does judge.
Oh, now Jesus judges. Okay.
He does.
Okay. How does he judge?
Oh my God, Laura, you don't even believe that he died for our sins. How can I explain this to you? You're going to believe what you want, and that's your right.
Ash, explain to me how he judges.
Laura, you don't even believe he died for our sins.
It's a simple question. How does he judge?
If you are, my God, how am I supposed to put this away so you guys don't get offended?
Nobody.
Yeah, you are allowed to judge, but the holy way, Crystal.
What?
I'm reading. Crystal was talking to me and I was answering her.
I know, but what do you mean you can judge the holy way? What are you talking about?
There's a difference. There's judgmental in the good way and the bad way. I'm trying to make it clear so you can understand better. Of course, Jesus was a Jew. He was born of a Jewish mother.
Brian's writing. Answer my question. You said there's like a holy way of judging. So explain.
Meaning you cannot do the same sins and you cannot verbally abuse or or talk gross to them, like talk down to them and all that, like cussing, calling them names and everything, being aggressive.
You
And
mean like we're doing to gay people?
no, I'm answering your question. You're gonna cut me off. I'm not gonna explain it then.
Okay, explain.
Okay, so if you're doing the same sin, and you're talking and you're being aggressive, you're calling them names and all this gross things, you are judging them the unholy way.
What same sins? I don't understand what you mean. You're not making sense. I asked you, how does Jesus judge? Since you claim that Jesus judged. So I said, how does Jesus judge? You said there's a holy way and an unholy way.
Okay, and the holy way, you can judge if you're not doing the same sin or being a hypocrite, and if you things like that.
That is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
Go read the Bible. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Okay, let's read the Bible, Ash. I gave you a whole bunch of quotes from the Bible that make absolutely no sense. No sense at all.
I'm trying to when I say the unholy way or the holy way, I'm trying to make it seem like you guys can understand it better.
But you're not making sense.
Laura, you don't even believe that Jesus died for our sins.
It doesn't matter. I asked you a question.
I answer you just don't like the answer.
You think that it's okay to judge someone as long as you're not doing their sin. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
It's called judging righteously.
So all right, so let me ask you something. If I'm thin, I could go around judging gluttony over and over and over because I'm not doing that sin. That's what you're saying.
Gluttony?
Yeah, I could judge gluttony. I could judge every single person that's obese. Because as long as I'm not obese, then I have a right to judge everybody else that's doing a sin. That's exactly what you just said.
Okay. Like for example, if we're talking about obesity in a group.
Do you know what gluttony is?
It means you overeat.
Gluttony is obesity. Gluttony is the deadly sin. It's one of the 7 deadly sins.
My body's your temple.
What?
It's also the body of your temple, because when you get obese, you're ruining your body.
Temper has nothing to do with the 7 deadly sins. None of the 7 deadly sins say anything about temper.
There is deadly sins. That is true.
Ash, is your boyfriend going to hell?
Can y'all hear me?
What is this? Geez. Now everybody's gonna.
No, it's Tracy and Narnie.
Who?
Tracy and Narnie.
I'm going to bed here in just a minute.
Can y'all hear me?
Answer. Ash, is your boyfriend going to hell?
Okay. I don't know how good this is gonna work because I had a lot of trouble getting up here.
Hi, Neri.
It's like it's got a bad connection or something.
Ash, is your boyfriend going to hell?
Whoever doesn't believe in Jesus is going to hell.
Oh my God.
It's true. Read the Bible. Neri will tell you. Her dad's a pastor, or what's it called, Neri? She's gonna explain it to you.
She dropped down.
Your boyfriend doesn't worship God.
Are you talking about Allah?
Yeah. There shall be no other God before me.
They think it's the same God. That's what they think.
That is true.
Yes.
Your boyfriend's religion beheaded tens of thousands of Christians.
My boyfriend did it. My boyfriend did that. You said my boyfriend?
No, his religion.
No. Oh, okay.
The Muslims.
You mean Islam?
The Muslims.
Okay. They don't all do that, Tracy.
Oh, I'm agreeing with you there. I'm not saying
they're not all like that. But yes,
saying
in
they
Islam,
are extremist. And that is exactly what you are. You are an extremist.
What do you mean extremist?
She's right.
Just like the Muslims that beheaded the Christians were
You're saying
extremists.
I will beheaded people?
Oh, Ash, just shut up and listen to her.
Oh.
She's explaining it. Just listen.
Kylo, you're so
No,
rude.
not saying that you would behead anyone. I'm saying that you are an extremist in your religious beliefs.
And that is my right if you...
So it was the right of the Muslims to behead tens of thousands of Christians,
I
right?
just told you I don't agree with that. I just told you that.
Earlier, you tried to tell me that when I said love is love, and you said, well, water is water.
It's true. It's kind of like love is love, right?
No,
Like,
no.
does that
How
mean
are you comparing something that you can't touch, a feeling, an emotion, to a noun? Do you know what a noun is?
I swear you guys act like
She's just asking if you know what it is. If not,
I'm focusing it for this month only because it is Pride Month. All Christians are doing it. I explained that. I don't know if
No. I'm a Christian.
No, I'm talking about the real Christians.
Oh, so
the
I'm a
bold
fake
ones.
Christian.
I'm talking
Because
about the
I don't
bold
believe
ones.
like you. Because I don't worship Republican Ash's beliefs.
No,
that makes
there's
me
Christians
a
that believe
fake
the
Christian.
pastor I'm going to have on agrees with me. Okay?
That pastor is a nut.
How do you know?
Because I've listened to him. Now, let me tell you something. It is pastor, T-O-R, not pasture. That's where cows graze.
What?
He is not a pastor. He is a pastor.
You just call him a nut. How is he a nut? How?
And a
How?
nut. He's a nutty pastor.
How?
What's his channel?
Because he is an extremist, just like you.
What's
he
his
thinks
channel?
he has the right to judge other human beings.
But he's doing it the right way, Tracy. He's not even mean about it.
No, none of
What's
us
the
have died
wrong way?
back, Ash. None of
What's
us
the
have
wrong
died and
way?
spoke to God. You don't know if he's doing it right. It drives me nuts when people say that. You don't know. It's not like we've all died and come back and we have all the answers. None of us have the answers. Nobody. Not one of us have died. Not one pastor has died and come back. Not the Pope. Nobody. Nobody has the answers. What you have is belief and faith. And everybody's faith and everyone's beliefs are different. And not one of them is wrong.
Tracy, can I tell you something? Did you know Laura thinks that Jesus did not die for our sins?
Yes, I know what Laura believes. And guess what? I don't judge her because of it, because that's not up to me.
But you call other people, but you judge Pastor Mel.
Yeah,
you
I called him a nut.
That's judging. You just contradict yourself. You're being a hypocrite.
No, that's not judging. That's my opinion. He's a nutcase. I'm not sitting here saying he's going to go to hell.
Oh my God, you don't get it.
Channel? Does he have a channel?
Yes.
What's his channel?
Pastor Mill.
All right, hold on.
I'm not staying up here. I'm going to bed. Ash, when you try to compare water to love.
And stop twisting the words I said about your sister. Please stop doing that.
Why? You believe my sister's going to go to hell?
I didn't tell you that. I said you asked me a question.
But she's gay.
But you're telling people that I told you to leave your sister or something. You said something like that. I'm like, oh my God, that is not true.
Hold on. Is it Bishop Dag Heward Mills?
No.
That's
Just
not
Pastor Mill.
Ash, do you believe gay people are going to hell? Because you said that
Yes.
earlier. That's on tape.
I don't care. It's true. But you can
Okay.
repent.
So you believe my sister is going to hell?
You can repent. It's not too late. That's the good news.
So here's what I've got to say to you, Ash. Go to
You
hell.
two are the opposite with this subject, so why go
And
back
you'll
and forth?
be
I
in
know
good,
they keep
and you'll
enforcing
be
me.
in good company. Okay?
Good company of what?
When you land your ass in the pits of hell.
Why would I? What? Tracy, I didn't tell your sister's going to hell. I never said that to you.
Excuse me?
You're accusing me that I said to you that I said your sister's going to hell. I said that to you. I did not say that to you, Tracy. When did I
You
say
said
that to
all
you?
gay people are going to hell. My sister is married to a woman.
And then I said good news that you can repent.
She doesn't feel the need to repent.
But
She's
that's her
in
right. I'm not
love
going to
with
force her.
somebody.
I'm not going to force her. That is her right.
You're damn straight you're not going to force her.
Yeah, I don't force anybody. Just like I'm not. You guys are forcing me to believe what you want. Okay.
No.
All right,
No.
hold on.
No.
Ash,
What
is
we're
this
tired of, Ash, is you saying that the whole drama community is going to hell. You've made that statement a dozen times, and
Okay.
people are tired of it.
But guess what, Tracy? When I talk about other things, you guys come in and you make it about you guys.
Is this Pastor Mill have Save Robbie on his channel?
Yes.
You've got to be
Oh,
kidding
yes.
me.
You know, the lovely Save Robbie who rips up Bibles.
You've got to be.
Can you pen Johnny's Cuddy, please?
What?
Oh, only pin the comments that Ash agrees with, Laura.
No,
okay?
they've been penning negative things about me, and you guys you barely pen positive. So everything's negative about me, but you don't want positive once in a while. Okay, perfect.
Talking about.
I'm talking towards Tracy. Basically,
But
she
it's
wants
my
me to.
channel. Tracy hasn't posted anything.
No, that's not what we're saying, Laura. Oh my God, Laura.
All this guy has is drama.
Look,
Ash
I'm
is
going to pick your brain, Ash, because, well, it's pretty easy to do.
You're not going
And
to
then I'm
change
going
my
to
mind.
jump down here. I'm going to spend the rest of my life believing there is a God, and I'm going to behave in the way that a loving God wants me to do. And guess
Thank
what?
you, Johnny.
I'm going to fail him on occasions, many occasions. I'm going to fail him.
I'm not saying that we have to be perfect. I never said that. I already explained that, and you already know that. And you're not telling them that. That's fine, but you don't have to. I will tell them.
Ash,
Hold on.
I'm not trying to be rude, but are you really living your life based on this dude? This dude looks like a scam artist.
No, I'm not. What do you wait? What do you mean living off?
I got to
What do
go.
you mean
My
it's
brain
scam?
is bruised from this shit. I've got to go.
Well,
Enjoy
you guys
your
are
night.
coming to me.
You will never have to worry about me coming to you ever
Yeah,
again.
all of you guys give up.
Then don't say anything about the drama community, the true crime community.
I don't talk about true.
Keep your fucking mouth shut.
I do not talk about true crime. I don't even watch true crime, and I will talk about the drama community when they talk about me or jab at me when they come in my channel.
Jamie,
Nobody
look at
talks
him.
about you, Ash, because everybody
never
knows what kind of person you are.
No, they come to my channel.
You put on your holy fucking holy rollerblades and been skating through the community for months now. You're not the person I thought you were, Ash. You're not the person I
No,
thought
because
you were.
you want me to believe
I
what
thought
you
had
want.
a loving heart.
I do have one. You just don't
No,
like
you
the
don't.
way it's.
No, you don't.
So let me ask you a question. What would you do if God said that I was right about some things? What would you say to him? What would you say, Tracy, if he said, yeah, she's right?
Some things. Like
No,
what?
everything. I changed my mind. Everything. What would you do if he said, she's right?
Okay,
She's right, Tracy.
you're really trying to apply for God's job now, aren't you? Do you
I'm not
believe
trying to
God
do
is
that.
ever going to say that you're right about
I'm
everything?
saying, what would you do?
It's not going to happen. It's like
But
asking
what
me,
would you
what
be
would
doing?
I
Answer the
do?
question.
What would I do if I grow another head? It's ridiculous.
Ash, I can't believe you put all this energy into this dude. This guy looks like a scam artist. I don't
I
believe
didn't put energy on him. What are you talking about, Laura?
you talk about him all the time.
No, I don't talk about him all the time.
Ash, you've
That's
been
not
running
true.
around saying, I'm going to have a pasture.
We've been planning it, and people have been asking me when,
And he's going
and
to
I've
tell
been
you
telling
all,
them.
and he's going to tell you all that I'm right. He's going to tell you all that I'm right. I'm going to have a pasture. Do you think
Because
all
people are
pastors,
saying they don't believe
do you
me.
think that all pastors are free of sin? You
Most
think all
pastors,
men and women of the cloth are free of
he's-
sin?
but how do you know he's a scammer? I don't understand.
I
For
didn't
my
call him a
first
scammer. I
impression,
called him a nut.
he doesn't even take care of himself. And
Oh
you're
my
gonna
God,
preach
Laura.
the good of God? Why don't you start in your own backyard?
Wait, Laura, what are you trying to say? Like,
Exactly, Oregon.
This pastor looks creepy, exactly.
oh my God, he's not.
Well,
He does not look creepy.
he's going to validate everything Ash has told us. According to
Just like
Ash.
everybody, it validates you. So
No,
wait,
no,
wait, wait.
no.
What you're trying to say? Wait. So what you're trying to say that you don't want anybody backing me up. You want only people backing you up.
No. You're
That's
right. I
how it
don't
sounds
want
like.
anyone backing you up because what you're preaching is hate. And
No,
if I
it's not
had
hate.
my way, no one would preach hate.
You guys do hate bonds all the time. That's why you guys are in the drama community. You
Okay,
guys
this is
like,
not about hate bonding. This is about
but
preaching
you guys do pure
hate.
hate. You guys do pure hate. You guys destroy each other. Yeah, you guys are no better, man.
Who's you guys? I haven't been involved
I'm
in
not
it.
talking towards you.
Just in
Oh.
general, Laura.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the DC, not you. You're not in DC, Laura.
See, here we go. Here we go. The DC.
Because
Everybody in the DC is going to go to hell.
I didn't say you're all going to go to hell. I'm talking about the
You
LGBT.
have said it before.
Ash, and now we're going around in circles.
Which is exactly why I'm
LGBT
jumping down.
doesn't
night.
mean you're going to
I'll
hell.
pray for you, Ash. That's what I'm going to do. Good night.
Good night. I just can't believe you take this guy seriously. I can't take this guy seriously. And I've seen a lot of good preachers, pastors. Look at the Pope. Pope takes care of himself. You got to take care of yourself. You want to be taken seriously. I can't with this guy. And I haven't even heard him speak. But I can look at his channel and see how fucked up it is.
Oh my God, you guys.
Oh, drama. Mr. Rogers. Where'd Robbie video go? He just had Robbie videos.
Neri is here. Hi, Neri.
Hey, Neri.
Hey, can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I had a lot of trouble getting up here. I think it was the devil that he was trying to block me from getting up here and say something. Of course, I'm kidding. That was just a joke.
Yeah.
Actually, I came up to just I'm not here. I come with peace and love. I'm not here to fight and argue about all this because I don't do that. Anybody that knows me knows that I was born and raised a minister's daughter, but I don't do this. I don't get in fights about it and all that stuff. But I did want to say, I did want to tell Laura that I can explain and interpret some of those passages that you put out there, and it wouldn't take me but a few seconds. But and then some of them I don't remember what the interpretation of them is because it's been so long. But some of them I can't explain. Hold on, let me pull up my little thing here.
But Neri,
First
can
of
you
all, I can
explain to
say,
them? Neri, am I right about the LGBT?
According to the Bible, yes. But
You see, I
that's something
told you guys.
I won't get into. I won't get into. And there is passages that say that. Yes, it's true. But I mean,
Told you
you
guys.
know, it's anybody. You know, it's up to. I mean, everybody has free will. That's the thing, though. They can decide whether they want to. You know, if they're a Christian, then they're supposed to believe what it says and take everything that it says. And the word is not to be, changed. But it's but if you're not a Christian, then you don't have to believe it. That's the thing. Is if you're not a Christian, then you don't have to believe it. Or even if you are a Christian, it's your choice whether you want to believe what it says or not, even though it says you're supposed to believe everything that it says in the Bible.
And they're
But
saying
that's the thing is everybody has free will.
and they're saying all sins are the same. That's not true. It's deadly. Can you explain that what I'm saying is true?
I can hold on before we even get into this. Let me just point this out, Ash. He was a Natasha Cooper fan. He has more videos in drama than he does anything about religion. He talks about Lycan going back a year ago. He talks about Natasha Cooper.
I know.
He
Hold on,
talks
Laura.
about Brittany J. This is not a pastor.
I don't know who these people, Brittany. I don't know who that Brittany. I don't know. None of these people are. I know who Natasha is.
This is a drama channel. He is a fake, like I said he was.
Hold on for a second, Mary. Hold on, Laura. Mary, they're saying I'm being hateful. Can you explain to them that there is deadlier sins and I'm not being hateful? Can you, Mary? Can you explain that to them? And your dad's a pastor.
Okay. Let me say, yeah, there are. Look, there's a lot of popular misinterpretations of the Bible, unfortunately, and and there's called Christian traditions. And then there's what the Bible actually says. And unfortunately, a lot of people follow what they call Christian traditions, which are actually not biblical, but a lot of Christians think they are because they were just born and raised thinking that. But what I was saying is, it is a misinterpretation that all sins are the same. See, here's the where people get mixed up is the Bible skips around all over the place. Unfortunately, it'll have like one verse about something here, and then it's got more verses that go with that same thing in other parts of the Bible. And that's where people can get real confused is you would have to know where to put all the passages together to get, proper interpretations and things. And yes, in the Bible, it does say in some parts that no sin is, greater than another and things like that. But there are also passages that say, yes, there are sins that are more worse than others. Like, for instance, child molestation, child murder, things like that, of course, would be worse than like smoking a cigarette, which isn't really even a sin. But I mean, it may be considered like
an example, yeah.
Yeah, desecration of the temple,
But
possibly.
Am I being hateful the way I'm telling them? They think I'm being hateful.
Look, I don't know what all you said before I got here, so I can't.
Where I've been saying that you've been watching me, like I'm telling them what the Bible says, and they said that that's not true. You're being hateful.
Well, now I personally don't think you're being hateful because, like I said, I was born and raised in the church, and I know how some people deliver the word. So I don't consider it hateful, but I mean, other people might see it that way. And I don't think you mean to be hateful. And at times I think that you come off in a way that I don't even think you're meaning to come off.
Right.
Hold on. Let's back up for a second, Nari. You said something that I need to address. That you're going to interpret it, the passages I read, you're going to interpret it your way. But that
not my way. What is the common Christian interpretation of those passages?
Okay,
I told you.
But just because someone decided that this is how it should be looked at doesn't make it right.
No, listen, Laura, I can explain it to you. It's because the passages, like I said, one of the problems with the Bible is it skips around. There are accompanying passages you can find to go with some of the ones that you quoted that will explain the ones that you said. Like I can easily explain, like for instance, when you said that Mary and Joseph weren't married, they were married.
Yeah, I was corrected on that.
Yeah.
But okay.
Let me pull up the little one.
God,
look, Laura, look, I'm not here to
Everyone that believes in God believes that he is omnipotent. Nobody believes that he's an actual man, that he's omnipotent. So how would he get tired? He doesn't. You can't get tired as a being.
That's right. I agree with that. I agree with that.
But
I don't
according to
disagree
the
with that at all.
Bible, according to the Bible, you know, on the seventh day he had a rest. How does the spirit have to rest?
Well, yes, that's true. That kind of like conflicts with what I just said. Well, yeah, I wasn't thinking about that when you said that, but you know, here's the thing.
It had to rest. That's it.
Well, hold on. Let before we get started in something else, let me quickly, because Brian can probably, you know, like help with some of this because he's become a Christian now. But let me explain something. Like when you said the reason the disciples why didn't they recognize Jesus? I can tell you why. Is because when he was resurrected into a heavenly body. That's why they didn't recognize him. He had his heavenly body that was going to ascend into heaven. That's why they had trouble recognizing him.
Allegedly. That's what the Bible tells. That doesn't make it true.
Allegedly.
Okay. Well, you know that you can say that, and I won't argue with you about that because you're not a Christian, so you have a right. You have every right to oppose it. But what I was going to say, and then the next one is Jesus did turn water into wine for a wedding celebration, and I believe one other celebration, and there's nothing wrong with that either because it doesn't say in the Bible that you can't drink and that it's wrong to drink alcohol. It says it's wrong to be drunk and intoxicated.
That's what I told them.
Yes. Okay. And hold on. And then, hold on. I got my little ones that I saved here. And, hold on a second. And then after that, we can get on to something else. I just wanted to explain what some of these passages meant, because if you're not a Christian, a lot of times Huh?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can explain it away any way you want. But the fact is the Christians had to come up with a reason for it. They had to interpret it a certain way because people would argue and then they wouldn't. They had to.
No, Laura, what I'm saying is there's other listen, I'm telling you, it's just like any book you would read, any book, that there can be, there's the actual story, and then there's the way people perceive the story. But the way it was, yes, but what I was saying is, what people don't understand is like I just said, is some of those passages you read is what a lot of people that aren't Christian don't realize is there's accompanying passages in other parts of the Bible that go with those passages and explain what they mean, not just somebody's interpretation. It's actually written in the book. But what I'm saying is, and when it says, it says Jesus says to eat his body and drink his blood, it's not meant to be literal. It's figurative for communion. Because when Christians do communion, it's you take the bread or the wafer and the wine or the grape juice, and that's to be symbolic of his body, the bread or the wafer. And the blood is the wine, and the grape juice is to be symbolic of the blood. It's not meant to be figurative. It's symbolic. I mean, it's not meant to be literal. It's symbolic.
And I understand that. And who's to say that there's no symbolism in? I don't know what quote says that being gay is wrong. I've never seen that. So if you want to quote me or show me exactly where it is, how do you know that's not meant to be taken figuratively?
Laura, what that says is, it says man should not lay with man as he would woman, and that we're supposed to be.
That could be figurative. That doesn't necessarily. Hold on. You can't pick and choose. You can't pick and choose what certain things should be taken literal and what certain things should be taken figuratively.
Right, and I follow you. But let me go further. The whole idea of sex is love with God, is to be fruitful and multiply. That's the whole idea. If anything outside of that, anything self-pleasure is a sin. If these things that we're talking about today are good to be talking about, because like it's only wrong to be gay if you're a Christian. If you're not a Christian, then it's not wrong to be gay.
Hold on. If you're gonna say that, then please explain to me these thousands of pedophile pastors, these pedophile priests, hold on, these pedophile priests in the Catholic Church, and then you take the Bible and you have, let's say, I'm sure there's more, but 7 different religions that spawn from the exact same Bible, and each interpret it completely differently. Each interpret it. But the biggest one is the Catholic religion. It is the biggest business in the entire world, bigger than the government. And you have more pedophiles and more priests molesting boys, mostly boys, but obviously more than that as well, than any other religion. And
it is. There's always been sexual deviance, even all through the Bible. That's just a flesh desire. I mean, that's what happens because we're human.
So you're saying it's justified?
Well, no. I can say something about that. What it is, Laura, is it doesn't mean the religion itself is bad. It's just the people that are inserting themselves into it are bad. There's going to be bad in everything you can think of. Government, religion, there's going to be evil people trying to hide themselves and cloak themselves behind something like that. And of course, that only makes sense that certain pedophiles would go into like Christianity or religion and try to be priests or ministers or whatever, because then that would make them less conspicuous to people, is what they think, that they're like hiding behind it. It's a way of not being looked at as closely, you know.
Let me ask you, Laura.
Hold on. But did it ever occur to you that they didn't start out that way? That they started out actually just being gay, but they're taught in their religion how they shouldn't be gay and how gay is so wrong. So they become a priest or not a rabbi. So they become a priest trying to change who they are and ends up, getting access to the only gay relationships they have, which are kids. Because I think it's mostly that than they're trying to hide.
I can explain that, Laura. You got to think about this. Somebody that's a homosexual does not equate pedophile. You are not. If you're a homosexual, you're not going to be. You would have to already be a pedophile from the beginning. You would never, just because you're a homosexual and you feel like you can't act on your desires, start taking it out on children. That wouldn't happen. That's like saying that all homosexuals could become pedophiles or are pedophiles. So that's not true. It's just that I mean, and the truth is, a lot of ministers, that are homosexual do have homosexual relationships behind the scenes and stuff too. But like I said, homosexuality doesn't equate pedophilia. Just because you can't act on your that would be like saying that nuns, because they can't get out and like so-called have relationships with men or whatever, which it's done. It happens, that they would actually start abusing little girls and stuff like that. But it's homosexual does not equate pedophilia. That's two totally separate things.
That's not what I was saying. I'm saying though.
I get what you're saying. I'm saying you wouldn't turn to little boys. You would already have to be attracted to little boys to do that. You wouldn't turn to little boys just because you were afraid to access men.
No, but I'm saying that the religion teaches them how wrong it is to be gay. So maybe they join the church thinking that if they give themselves to God, they're going to change. They're going to be saved. They're going to be this. They're going to be that. And they're not. And I
get what you're saying, but I totally understood what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, just because you go into that, let's say that's true. Just because you go into that, though, if that was the case, you're going to sneak around with adult men, which a lot of ministers have been caught doing. You're not going to start preying on little boys because you can't act out with men. If you're a pedophile, you're a pedophile. The two are not the same. You're not going to turn into messing with little boys just because you think in your religion that it's wrong to mess with men, and so little boys are the only thing you have access to. That's not true. You'd have to already be a pedophile. That's not going to turn you into a pedophile.
And you're right. The Catholic religion is the only one that says you can't be gay. It's not all Christians.
No, actually, that's not true. Is when they say only Christians think that it's wrong to be gay. It's not true. There's other religions that do not accept that either.
Islam
I
does
think
not believe in
I think
LGBT.
Muslims don't believe in being gay. I think
Right,
I
it's
think
true.
most religions do not accept homosexuality. Is actually the truth.
Yeah, it
Jews
is
don't
true, Laura.
accept it.
That is true.
There's some countries that kill you for it,
That's right.
Yep.
And Egypt's one of them.
and that's wrong. And that's
Yeah,
wrong
it is
to
wrong. It's
do that to
wrong.
people. The
It is
thing of
wrong.
the thing with being gay is not the issue. The thing with, like, if you want to belong to the Christian sect, if you want to be religious, according to these words, these are things you have to follow. And if you don't want to follow that, then you can continue your life and and do what you want to do. But
Right.
I don't judge anybody for being gay. I don't, but I'm
But
just
Mary, can you explain to them you are allowed to judge, but the holy way? They don't understand what I'm trying to say when I say that.
That is true. That is true. She's not
Mary
saying
said
it right.
true.
She's not saying it right. It's the Bible. That's another thing people get confused by. Is because there's part of the Bible that says, "Judge not, lest thou be judged," but it also says that you can have righteous judgment.
right.
Thank you.
can-
That's what I'm trying
You
to
can
say.
sometimes God can use you to draw out somebody's blind side that they don't know. Maybe somebody's got something that they're doing, and you can say, "Hey, take it. You're not really supposed to be so assertive and aggressive about it." But let's say you're supposed to be a warrior. You're supposed to bring people to God. And if you're saying, "Hey, you're gay, you're going to hell," that's not going to want them to have anything to want to do with God. And then when they get in and look and see what the Bible says about it,
Brian,
then they
it
can
is
make their own choice.
true.
It is. I know what the Bible says about it. Yeah, and
But
if you want to
it's true though.
it's true according to the Bible.
But what
You see, I
Brian
told you
I
guys.
think is trying to listen, Ash. What Brian I think is trying to tell you is that it does say that, and it's true. But there's different methods of going about saying it. I think what he's trying to say to you is, if you want people to understand that and get that message, there's in some ways there's some people would take the approach of a softer way of saying it to make it more palatable. But the Bible, as you know, Brian, says that you can also do it the way Ash is doing, or even harsher.
Yes.
Your own particular
warriors,
way. You yourself want to decide how you want to try to get somebody to understand it, and try to get them to understand and stuff
But
like that.
Mary, you know why I said the
Me
unholy
personally,
way and the
I
holy
don't
way?
do it that way, because I'm like Brian says, that I understand that you're going to catch more flies with honey than with vinegar, and
but we
so
do need aggressive Christians.
exactly,
That do get in people.
exactly.
There's a place for some Christians to get in your face and say,
Right.
"Hey, there's a place for those people. There really
Right,
is."
right.
But I want to ask
It
Laura.
takes all kinds.
I want to ask Laura
Takes
something.
all
Mary,
kinds.
can you understand what I'm saying? Why I said the unholy way and the holy way, so they can understand better. That's why I say it like that.
No. You're saying it wrong when you say that, Ash. I understand what you're saying, but there's a difference between judgment and righteous judgment. And I can give an example of that. Hold on, listen. Let me try to explain it. Let me try to explain it. Judgment would be like, let's say that you're a drug addict and a drunk, and you're sitting around telling other people, "Well, you're a drug addict, you're a drunk." It's like, you don't have any right to judge people by that, because take a look at yourself. I mean, you're the same
That's
thing.
why I was trying to explain
But
it to
righteous
them.
judgment is when you are a good, better person that's not doing certain things. Like, for instance, if you're not a drunk and an alcoholic, you can judge somebody on being a drunk and alcoholic. If you're not a pedophile, you can. Hold on. If you're not a pedophile, you can judge somebody on being a pedophile. It's you can have it's called righteous judgment.
Right. That's what I tell them. But they say it's hateful. Hold on, Laura. They say it's hateful.
You come off that way sometimes. I mean, you might not mean it.
Yeah, I don't think she really means it. I think she's doing which, like I said, you might be familiar, which seems like you're becoming familiar, Brian, is there's the ones, there's, what they call the street, ministers and stuff that are like, fire and brimstone, blah, 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 blah. And then there's the ones like me that say it with bring certain messages with peace and love. And then there's the ones like Ash that are kind of in the middle. But it takes all kinds. And it's like, she's got her delivery, and people don't like her delivery too. Some people don't like her delivery too much. Like I said, it doesn't bother me, because I was born and raised in the church, and I understand what she's trying to do.
Those fire and brimstone people sometimes, though, they if it's a newcomer walks into church and they see that, the God's not the author of confusion. So sometimes some of them, they need to lighten up with all that.
I
But
don't
I wanna
disagree. But like you said, it takes a little bit of all of it together is the truth, because then there's some people that say the fire and brimstone ministers are the only ones that turned them around.
yeah. That's
So
what I
it
said.
just
There's
it
a
just
place for
it
them. There
takes
is a place for them.
yeah, it takes all kinds You have to have a little bit of every one of those.
And Mary, and when I preach on my channel, I say it in general, and I don't force people, but they say I'm forcing people, and I'm not. I just leave it there, and whoever wants to decide, it's up to them.
You're very assertive, and some people don't know how to handle that. That's all.
She comes off and she might not be in an extreme fire and brimstone, but she comes off in what's considered our somewhat of a fire and brimstone way. That real assertive.
Sometimes when we're young in something and we're not not an expert in it, we should take the time to learn more about it before we tell other people what we feel.
There's a big difference between oh my god, I forgot what I was just going to say. There's a big difference between assertive and ignorant. And Ash is ignorant in many aspects.
I'm not ignorant.
You are ignorant.
You just said what I said was true.
Ignorant sounds like a nasty word, but what she means is you might not necessarily
Not
know.
like lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge.
Yeah,
It's the true definition of ignorance, meaning you just don't know, like lack of knowledge. And there's certain things that you don't maybe really understand, Ash, or whatever, quite right and stuff like that. But
I understand it perfectly, though.
I can tell you, I can tell, like I can tell you, like for instance, Ash, what they were telling you, which we've talked about this before, what Randy and Onewen were saying about being equally yoked is true. It's right about being equally
I agree
yoked.
with them. I said that I agree with them.
Yeah, and one more I wanted to say about the passages is where the one where he tells Peter get behind. He calls Peter Satan. He's not literally calling Peter Satan and thinking Peter Satan himself. He's saying that Satan is speaking through Peter. Like,
but that is how you do. That is how you read it. That is how.
No. That's what I'm telling you, Laura. It's not how I read it.
That is how your religion has interpreted it, but that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it 100% true, because that's how Christians have
there's no proof of anything in the Bible.
Exactly.
It's
interpreted. That's how your religion interpreted. That doesn't make it right.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, Laura. Listen. I understand what you're saying too.
Hold on. My point being is that just because there's a passage about how men shouldn't lay with men doesn't mean that it means what you guys think it means. That's just how it was interpreted, but that doesn't make it right. That doesn't mean that's what it means. There could be tons of reasons behind that. One of them being they were all gay back then. They were all sleeping with each other. So
no. See what I'm saying, Laura, is there's a lot. The problem, like I said, with the Bible is that it skips around, and there's accompanying passages that go with the other ones that aren't all there in one spot that explain what the things that me and Brian are trying to say. Like for instance, there's other passages that say, that homosexuality is not approved by God and that it's abomination in the Bible. Not just the men laying with men. There's other passages that go with it. That's how we as Christians have decided on the interpretations, is because of all the accompanying passages that go with the others. And what I was going to say is, like, the same could be said about any book, though, Laura. It's like Gone with the Wind or anything. People could say, okay, this is what the story literally means, and this is what it. And then other people come in and say, but no, that's not true. I see it this way. So that could be said about anything. But
hold on,
Mary, I have a question.
Ash has a good point. Hold on. It doesn't
quick.
lie with women, so I guess it's okay if you're female.
It says that somewhere else that women shouldn't do that as well, but I don't know the exact verse. But that's only if you're a Christian. If you want to follow the Christian way, that's what you have to follow.
That's not true. There's many Christians that are gay.
Well, to me, that they're not following the word by the book. They're
Yeah,
not
Neri,
following.
can I ask you a question? They're saying it as an example. They're saying, Ash, you're gonna go to hell because you're dating a Muslim. Like, can you go to hell for that? If it's true, I believe it.
Not that I know of that you won't go to hell over it. No, but it does say you should be equally yoked. Yes.
Yeah, that I agree. Yeah, but
There's certain things
he
that the
might
Bible
convert.
says. Listen. There's certain sins that most sins are forgivable, but there are a few in the Bible that the Bible talks about are not forgivable, and
Blasphemy.
they will land you in hell.
Blasphemy.
Correct.
Which one?
But you have to quit consciously. You have to quit consciously committing the act. You have to repent, and you have to stop committing that. You can't get forgiveness every week for doing the same thing.
Yes.
Like me
Yes.
right now. Right now, I mean, I believe in the Word and I'm trusting God, but I'm not living the way I'm supposed to. And just like me hit this vape, in Corinthians, you're supposed to treat your body as a temple of God.
Right.
Disrespecting the gift. That's not good in His eye, but I still do it, and He'll still accept me. You know what I mean?
That's a forgivable thing. Falls under the forgivable thing. Which there's more forgivable things than non-forgivable things.
Yeah, the only thing that isn't forgivable that will put you straight in hell is blasphemy, and that's blasphemy by ignorance.
Blaspheming the Holy Ghost.
Right? Yeah, blasphemy. If you say, "Oh my God," you are taking God's name in vain.
Right.
But it's not
Correct.
so bad.
I'm trying not to say
but
that.
if
Yeah.
you're just looking at the sky and going, "Fuck you," you don't exist, and all that, and you're cursing it out. That's out of anger. That's not out of ignorance. You'll never be forgiven for that, no matter what you do. You're going
And then a reprobate there's no coming back from hell for a reprobate either, Brian.
Neri, I have two questions for you. I was going to tell you that they're saying that is it highly recommend that is it true that you don't have it doesn't say you have to be yoked, but they highly recommend it. Is that true or no? It is mandatory.
I'm actually not quite sure on that one myself. I'd have to go back and refresh.
Okay, I heard that it's not mandatory, but they highly recommend it. I don't know how they said it in the Bible, but that's what I heard. But that's why I'm going to do my research. But I was just double checking, and also, now Jeff is making a statement where so if they said you're not allowed to eat bacon, so does that mean you're going to go to hell for eating bacon? It's like no, Jeff.
You won't go to hell for eating bacon, but
and now that sounds kind of like ridiculous.
Well, but it does. Well, now it does say in the Old Testament, though, Ash, that we're not supposed to eat pork, but you won't go to hell over it. No.
Yeah, the pigs. They say the pigs or cloven-footed animals are unclean and weren't good for your soul. That's what they meant by that. I wanted to ask Laura, what's it mean to be an atheist? What? I mean, what are you? Because we're talking about all this, and lots of people know about all this. But what does it mean to be an atheist? Do you practice something? Do you pray something? What are your beliefs that way, Laura?
I think I'm more agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask
I was
you a
just getting
question,
ready to
Laura?
ask her about that because she says atheist, but then she put agnostic in the title, so I was going to ask her about that.
Yeah.
She's always said atheist. What's that mean?
So, Laura, I have a question. Where do you think we go after we die? I want to hear what you think.
I think we travel through blue and yellow tunnels, and our spirit goes somewhere. Our soul goes somewhere. Where it goes,
No, you either go to hell or heaven.
I don't believe that.
Laura, that's true.
Then how are ghosts? How are there spirits if you only go to heaven and
those are not ghosts, those are demons.
Yeah, I don't care if they're demons or not. How do they exist on earth? How
demons same thing that demons and Satan exist, Laura.
How do people have ghosts? How do ghosts come into someone's life? They're not all demons if we go to heaven or hell. If there's no in between. Then how are there ghosts? How are there spirits around?
Jeff, it's in the Old Testament. I mean, the New Testament.
Ash, you asked me a question, I'm answering it. Thank you, Wilhelmina.
Laura.
You asked me, and I'm telling you.
So, Laura, you just don't believe in any type of God at all, right? As far as being an atheist or agnostic.
What I believe, and this is my own beliefs, and I don't judge. Yeah, I'll explain that in a minute, niece. I don't judge anybody else for their beliefs. But do I believe that there's some God looking over everybody making? No, absolutely fucking not. Do I believe in spirits? Yes. Do I believe that God means good, orderly direction? I absolutely do. Do I believe that the New Testament was written as a way, because nobody could live by the Old Testament? I mean, the world would be in shambles. We'd be in a war all the time. So they needed to come up with a way to, live life and live a copacetic, world.
You don't think they were inspired by a God to write that New Testament, though? This is all done by man. Is that what
the Bible is written by man?
Well, I mean, they said they were inspired, the actual writing. Do you don't feel like they were inspired from some higher power to put that?
I think the only higher power, they were very intelligent. And that's why it keeps getting, it got rewritten so many times as years went on. They had to keep up with the times.
So where would
Mary, in the New Testament, it does mention homosexuals too, right? Jeff said it's only in the Old Testament.
That I don't remember. I'd have to look and check.
How about Brian? Do you remember? Like Brian, it's in the New Testament too, right, Brian?
If I can't swear to it, but I think it's all through the Bible. All different acts of things that are frowned upon as a Christian.
It is not in the New Testament. It is in the Jewish Bible, which is the Old Testament. But Christians wanted to make it in the New Testament. So
now under Christian belief,
show me where it is in the Bible. Show me in the New Testament where this is, where it says you can't be gay, because I don't think.
Now wait a minute. Christians did not just don't throw away the Old Testament. Christians used both, and there were some things that Jesus explained in the New Testament that were updated when he came, as far as and changed from the Old Testament, and then other things were left the same. So the Old Testament wasn't completely discarded when Jesus came.
Okay, I looked it up.
Choose what you wanted out of it. That is what religion is. You pick and choose what works for you.
No, it's an across the board interpretation for most of us.
What it says here is the Bible is consistent through both Old and New Testaments, confirming that homosexuality is a sin. Starting
in the New Testament.
I'm looking at it because I don't know this either. It's in Genesis, Leviticus, Romans, Corinthians, Timothy, and then it goes on to the New Testament in John, Malachi, Corinthians, Romans. Yeah, so it's all through it. I thought it was
it's in the New Testament. You see, I told you.
Well, it's all through the Bible. I wasn't sure either, so I had to look that up too. So, but I know it's all through the Bible.
I knew I was right. I knew it.
Adam names every animal on earth. It's from Genesis 2:18-20. Show me where it says homosexuality is wrong with the place where it says it.
Well, let's see what it says, because I don't know it right off the bat.
Jeff, it's all about cherry picking.
Yeah. I'm looking. It's all what Genesis 19:1 says. Is talking about Sodom. It doesn't say anything about any homosexuality, any homosexual act. So maybe I'm just looking too. So I'm learning too. But I'll go in the New Testament, and it says they call it a shameful lust in Romans 1:26. But there's lots of same shameful lust, it does talk. God abandoned them to their shameful desires, and the women turned against the natural way to have sex and instead indulged in sex with each other. For this, God gave them up into vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into which that is against nature. It's talking about lesbianism there, and it's just talking about shameful lust, which could be any, you don't have to be gay or straight or anything to have a shameful lust. But the idea of the sexuality getting out of the way, the fleshly desire, is what God's talking about with it all, just like smoking or drinking or doing something for your flesh. I would assume, just like sex for straight people, you're doing that for your flesh, the pleasure of it. it would be the same thing with gay folks. You know, I don't judge. As a person, I could care less. I just want people to be happy. But like I said, according to the Bible, it says these things. And if you profess to live by the Bible, you have to live by those things. According to, to me. But anybody can live whatever way they want to me. I'm not going to knock anybody. Yeah, but I was interested more in the atheism because, Laura, I hear you say it, but I don't really know what it is. It's like you don't hate God. You just don't believe there is one.
I don't believe there is one.
Right.
Now, what happens after you die? Could there be a God who watches the heavens? There could be. There could be somebody, waiting once you die, and a big spirit that, greets you and carries you on your way. There absolutely could. I've never died. I have no way to know. So that's one of those things that, I'm not going to rule that out. It's possible.
Do you believe in past lives and reincarnations?
I do.
And see, that's the thing too, because I'm really strong in the book, but I do believe in past lives and like deja vu-ish type of things. Yep. I don't think that this one thing that we get here is it. I think that there's more. You just don't remember the last one. Yeah, and when I talk to other people in the church, they tell me, "Oh, that's the devil talking to you," and blah blah blah. But there's, the reincarnation is only supposed to be for Jesus and maybe Enoch. But I still can't help but to believe in that. But I know there's
I absolutely believe in reincarnation. I didn't for many years. Recently, I got into it.
Yeah. Too many coincidences in life. Too many, wow, where did that come from? There's way too much of that. And we only tap into about 10 or 12% of our brain. And so the rest of that is probably memory, and it's just like deja vu happens too much. It's like, wow, how did I know that? Or why does that person look so familiar? Or where have I smelled that smell?
It's been proven that reincarnation, you have kids that remember stuff. Like there's been I've read a lot into it. And I do believe in reincarnation. Now, what determines when you come back, that I don't know.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, Neri, they're saying, okay, I want you to try to explain to them. They're saying, Ash, why are you only focusing on the LGBT? And I said, because most Christians are focusing on the Pride Month. And they're saying, no, not all Christians. I said, well, real Christians are doing that. But Neri, you don't understand what I'm trying to say. Can you explain to them? Maybe you can explain it to them better.
Explain what? I don't understand what you want me to explain to them.
They're thinking like I'm telling them that real Christians are calling out the Pride Month because they're saying I'm only focusing on that. No, I said mostly Christians are focusing on the Pride Month by calling it out, and they're saying no, not this Christian's doing it. And I said, but you're probably a lukewarm Christian. That's why you're not focusing on it. You're letting it slide. There's a lot of soft.
Can I ask you something, Narnie? Hold on. I got to ask you something, Ash. And I'm using this in a literal term. Okay. I don't know Jeff from a hole in the wall. He may be gay. I don't know. But let's say me and Jeff run off together, and me and Jeff go fuck like rabbits, and we make babies, and we have a wonderful time. Is that your business? Tell me it's your business if me and Jeff go run off into the sunset.
Well, if you're sharing that in the public, it's everybody's business. But if you're doing private, it's none of my business.
If me and Jeff go fuck like rabbits, is it anybody's business?
If you're putting it public, yes, it is.
Only if you tell us about it.
Yeah.
If I tell
we want to know,
Jeff, hold on. If I tell you that me and Jeff are running off into the sunset and we're fucking going at it like rabbits 24/7, is that really your business?
If you say it to the public, yes.
Okay. It's not though. But my point is, if Jeff decides that he's going to run off with, Brian, and he's going to run off and make babies, or fuck like rabbits, that's not anybody's business. That's his business. It's not your fucking concern. He's not running around telling people that he's doing this. Do you know what gay rights stand for? It's not that they're trying to run around saying how, oh, you should be gay, or you shouldn't be gay.
Some of them do
Because
that.
they
Some.
fought. Hold on. They fought for so fucking long and so hard for their God-given fucking rights. And they finally got it, and they're proud to have it. That's what gay rights is about. It's not about who they sleep with. It's not about who, what their sexual preference is. It's about fighting and believing in something for so fucking long. And
it's about recognition.
And trying to get, people to understand that this is who they are. And they have every right to marry who they love than anybody else. And they fought and fought and fought for it. And now they finally got it. Jeff. That is what Pride Month is. And they fucking deserve it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because when I grew up, gay people had to hide it, or they would get beat up, or they would get picked on.
I don't agree with the beating. I just said I don't agree with verbally abuse or abuse towards them. I just said that millions of times in my lives.
Right. Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I always say you're supposed to respect them as a person, but you don't support their lifestyle. There's a difference.
I don't not support their lifestyle.
Their lifestyle isn't bothering you. They're not fucking each other in front of you. They have every fucking right to marry. They have every right to kiss. They have every right to hold hands. Just like I have a right to hold my boyfriend's hand. I have a right to hold my husband's hand. I have a right to get married. So do they.
Laura, what Jeff said. Okay, Neri, do you think Jeff should blame Christians like this? Like, I don't understand. Like, do you see Jeff's comment?
No, which one you talking about?
He's saying my God is loving God. People like Ash is what makes some LGBT kids kill themselves. Uneducated people are very dangerous, preaching the hate. Good night. What do you think about that, Neri?
What? Say it again. Read it again.
My God is loving God. People like Ash is what makes some LGBT kids kill themselves. Uneducated people are so dangerous, preaching hate. That's not true.
Well, here's the thing. God is a loving God and a vengeful God. And when he tells you, so he's both. It's what the Bible actually said. There's a lot of accounts of God being very loving, and then there's a lot of accounts of God being very condemning and vengeful. So it's both.
Song Daddy's Hands by Holly Dunn.
Isn't it more about what you believe? Forget the Bible. Fuck the Bible. The Bible is written by man. How about you just go by what you believe and don't need a book to tell you what's right and wrong? I don't need a book.
And you guys won't force your LGBT on us.
Nobody's throwing their LGBT.
They do that, Laura.
No, they won't. They have every right to be proud for everything that they fought for.
I'm not saying not all, but some do. Some do force it.
We have Veterans Day to celebrate and honor veterans who fought for us. We have Memorial Day for the same thing. We celebrate things because we celebrate 4th of July because we fought, because it's Independence Day. These are things that we fought for and we celebrate them. Gay people have fought and fought and fought to finally get what they deserve. And all they're doing is celebrating it. That's it. No different than celebrating anything else in the world.
They want recognition, and they got recognition, and that's good. I'm happy for them.
But
like
Neri,
it was horrible.
But Neri, uneducated people can. He's saying what makes some LGBTs kill themselves. He's saying people like me. Like, I think he's assuming Christians that preaches can make people kill themselves. I mean, I don't believe that.
Well,
it's true. There's a lot of gay people, especially back in the day. There are a lot of gay people that end up taking their own life because they're told for so long that who they are is wrong.
But I don't go and tell kids. I don't tell kids that.
I don't think it's wrong.
Your attitude gets transferred over.
I'm not God either. See, I don't think it's wrong, but
Exactly.
I'm not God either.
But you think it's wrong because it's not you. If you were born gay and you wouldn't be able to help yourself.
Okay,
You are
but
who
I'm
you
not
are.
telling people to go kill themselves. I will never do that.
I do have a hard time. I do have a hard time with a man in a dress with a beard and combat boots telling me I will call her or him a woman, though. I mean, I do have an issue with that. If they want to do that, that's fine, but you can't force that on me. And I've got a trans daughter, but you know, I don't like it when it's forced onto me. Okay, if you feel like you're a woman and you're clearly a man, then you run with that. You be happy with that, but don't put that on me. Don't tell me that I have to address you as this because I can clearly see. You know, you're not going to change my vocabulary because you've changed your identity. You know, that's when that's when it's going a little bit too far. You know, I want you to be happy, but I'm happy just, you know, not being told what I should say or how I should address something when I see it clearly something else. That's it. Yeah.
Hold on. When did your daughter realize that she was trans?
Huh?
When did your daughter realize she was trans?
She hid for about a year from both of us, and her mom completely disowned her. And when she came back,
That's not right. You shouldn't disown them. I
yeah,
don't
her
agree with
mother
that.
did that. And when she came to me and told me about it and showed me a picture of herself, she's actually growing a beard. She looks like a really cute guy. And yeah, and I accepted it, but at the same time, when she asked me, "Hey, will you call me Jake?" Her name's Jayla. She said, I just need you to call me Jake. I said, I can't do that. And she's like, why? And I said, because I would look at Jake as the person that killed my daughter. So I said, but I will call you Jay. And I said, and I will stick up for you if you need something. I said, but what you know, between me and you, you're always going to be my baby girl. I said, you can go out there and do whatever you want that makes you happy. And I'm not going to play in that game. I said, but I won't disrespect you if we're out somewhere, but I'm not going to introduce you as my son. I was like, this is Jay, you know, but I'm not going to do that. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. When do you think that she realized she was trans? I'm not talking in the last year. I'm saying when she was young. Was she like a boy?
Well, when she was graduating from high school, I started noticing that she kept her hair cut real short and she quit wearing dresses. And I wondered then too, because she had this boyfriend and he was gay. So I knew something was going on there, but I didn't question it, you know? And I knew something was going on, but I didn't want to question her about it. And she would tell me, and she told me when the time was right. But she hid out because her mother totally disowned her, told her she was sick. There's something wrong with her. I didn't do that to her, but I just told her that's my baby girl. You're my baby girl. And I'm upset.
Amen.
I'm upset that she's gone. You know, it's like,
Right.
You want me to call you you're the person that killed my, I mean, she's like, and then she's like, well, no, she's not gone. I said, no, wait a minute. You told me that she's gone. You can't have it both ways. You can't be partly this and all the way that, you know. I said, but I'm not going to, I said, I love you no matter what. I said, I'll go have a beer with you. I said, when you learn to burp and fart like a man, then look me up. But I said, you're always going to be my baby girl. And that's where we left it. And we actually got closer because of it.
And that's good, though. I'm happy to hear that. But what I'm asking you is, did you notice any signs when she was very young that she was more boy than girl?
No, not till, like I said, not till she got into high school. She was in the band, but around high school time, I started noticing, you know, that boyfriend that she was with was gay. I mean, she loved him, and I'm like, okay, well, how are you getting any physical attention? I mean, you know, it was weird to me. So I knew something was going on in her head at that point, but I didn't ask. I just, she's smart enough to come. Now she knows she can come to me and tell me anything now. And she said, well, I didn't want to tell you because of the way mom acted. And I said, well, your mom's stupid. You know, you're still her child.
I agree.
I will try to meet her halfway. I said, I'll call you Jay from now on, Jaybird. I said, but I just can't call you Jake. I can't do that. It won't come out of my mouth the right way. But Jay and Jaybird, I've always called her that. So, man, but I won't I won't look at her funny. She looks like a handsome young boy. She really does.
How old is she now?
It's 22.
Oh, she's older.
Yeah, she's still in college down there. She's doing good. So
Good.
she's
And I'm
happy.
glad you were accepting.
Yeah, well, that's I love my daughter, and that's still my daughter in there.
I agree.
I
But
can't
it's
just disown her.
fun.
I don't. Yeah, I'm happy that she doesn't have to live that way anymore, and she can just be what she wants to be. Too bad her mom treated her like shit. And then Nicole's daughter is a lesbian, and she lives with this other girl, and they are absolutely wonderful couple. I love them. They're funny. So
That's awesome.
that's why I wouldn't be judging people. I'm not judging. When we were in the chat earlier, I was just in the conversation. I don't judge. But like I said, as far as the Bible goes, if you want to live fully according to the Bible, you would not do that act or lots of other acts. It doesn't make you wrong or sick or none of that. If you want to be a Christian, you have to do it the right way and according to the book. That's the rule. And
So you're saying that your daughter, your son, could not be a real Christian?
Well, she doesn't claim it anyway. But if she wanted to, her lifestyle would be looked down upon in judgment if she was with someone with another sex, according to what the scripture says, not according to what Brian says. But because I'm not going to be the one judging. But according to judgment, if you get up there and you live with this woman and you were engaged in sex with this woman, I get away from me. I didn't know you. That's what will happen. That's what the book says. If you believe the book, you don't have to believe the book. And see, that's where you come in. You don't believe it, and and you're not wrong for that. Because the whole Christian faith is based on faith. You have to believe in things that are like the wild boars jumping off the cliff, or turning water into wine, stuff like that. We don't see that in modern day. We are expected to believe that on faith. And if you can't believe that on faith, maybe you don't have enough faith to be a Christian.
So before I play this Pastor Phony Mills stuff, a lot of people were asking, and I've gotten some messages on it about the blue and yellow tunnels, why I believe in the blue and yellow tunnels, and what I believe happens when you die. The reason why I believe this, I've always known that I have psychic abilities. I've always known that I have intuition for things that other people don't. When Brad died, I was dreaming about him just about every night, all different dreams about heaven and being on the steps, and just everything. And one night, it was about a week after he passed, I had this dream that I was going through blue and yellow tunnels. I have no idea where I was. I was like floating through blue and yellow tunnels. And I finally reached this opening, and it was like I saw an orb, like a white light that I knew was Brad, bouncing back and forth, almost like I'm free, I'm free, I'm free. And I kept watching him bounce back and forth. And I would say that it almost looks like a pool that he was going over. So I wake up, I'm like, what a fucking weird ass dream. Well, lo and behold, I was telling a friend of mine about the dream. She said, have you ever read the book? What's it called? Have you ever read the book? I forgot, but it's by some doctor. And I said, no. She said, you might want to read it. And I said, why? Journey of Souls. And I said, why? She said, because they talk about blue and yellow tunnels. I said, no shit. So I read it. And so much of what I saw was in this book. And I was like, it had to be real. I literally just saw what happens when you die. I know I did. Like I 100% fucking believe that. From that day, never had another dream about Brad. Nothing. I mean, I had one dream, but it was like weird. It was like when we were young and we were doing drugs, and nothing like about death. And I am 100% convinced that I saw what happens when you die.
Do you think something like that could come from a higher power that's sending you that message?
Nary, check your what's up.
I used to astral project when I was young, and I didn't know what it was for many, many years. I had no idea. I had this one dream about someone coming to visit me. It's a whole nother story. But this
Astral
girl,
projection is real. It's a real thing. It is.
and I spoke to, and I talked about it. So I don't necessarily doubt that it was real, but in my gut, I knew it was real. In my gut, I knew I just watched his soul in another dimension, whether it be heaven, another dimension, somewhere. But when I went through, I could still see myself floating through this blue and yellow tunnel. I'm like, what the fuck? And when I got to the end, it was almost like I was just watching this orb go jump back and forth. And it wasn't necessarily like, I always say a swimming pool because that's just what it reminded me of. But it was like an open square and it just kept bouncing back and forth. I'm free. I'm free.
You still had a lot of love for Brad, right?
I'll always love. It was the love of my life.
Yeah, see, and remember in Ghost what Sam said to her. He said the love, he said you take it with you. So if it was there on Earth, then there it is for you. You know, if you saw his orb bouncing back and forth, then that's where a message came from. That's where it came from.
But I'm just saying that I do believe that after reading this book, and I just couldn't believe they talked about blue and yellow tunnels. And I'm like, there's no fucking way I could have known that. And then compared it with a book that I've never read and knew about these blue and yellow tunnels. There's just no way. And I truly believe that that's what happens when you die. Now, I didn't see after that. I didn't see where it goes after that. I didn't see what happens after that. There wasn't any white light or burning hell. It was just this blue and yellow tunnel that I floated through and saw his orb. And that was the last time I ever had a dream about him. And it was very weird. And I feel like that's kind of when maybe that was his last step before he reincarnated.
Can I ask Neri a question?
Please.
Yeah, Neri, can I ask you a question?
What?
Can you be Christian and gay? They said that you can't be Christian and gay, and I said you can't.
Absolutely, you can. Look at Brian's daughter.
Wait, I'm answering Neri because she's a pastor of a daughter.
You can't look. Technically, according to the Bible, no, but of course you can identify as whatever you want to. You know, you can have the Christian belief and be gay. Nobody can stop you from doing that.
But
is it biblical to do so? No.
You see, I told you, Jeff.
But according to who?
She said the Bible.
The Bible also says don't molest little children, but priests do it every day.
That's right.
They're not following the rule. That's the rule. It's just a rule.
Right, but Jeff doesn't believe me.
It's wrong, but they're leaders of churches.
It's like the mob.
We're not forcing you guys.
The wise guys, the mob. If you're in the mob and they found out you were gay, they kill you. It's just a rule for that society. That's all it is. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean anybody's wrong.
Right.
I don't fear gay folks.
I know.
I love
Brian.
Dave Robbie and I are friendly. Yeah, he's not everybody else's friend, but I don't see that in him. He's just funny.
But Brian, they're saying that's not true.
It's true what the Bible says, but it's not true in the sense of it's infinite. You know what I mean? If you want to be a Christian, according to what that book says, you have to live by every word that's in that book. You know, and if you're not doing that, then that doesn't make you a terrible person, and it just means you're not following the rule.
But priests don't even do that.
No, they don't. And you're right. You're right.
Presidents don't do that. Republicans don't do that. Nobody does that. So for the average layman to say, you must follow what the Bible says in order to be a real Christian.
Laura, that's why there's only going to be 144,000 in that thin narrow road.
Can I say something?
That's actually not an accurate interpretation either. That 144,000.
Well,
welcome, Jeff.
Can you hear me, Laura?
Yes, me and Jeff are running away.
Okay, let me just say, yeah, right, exactly. You're not my type, but I appreciate it though. Listen, the day I asked God into my heart was the day I became a Christian, not when Ash told me I wasn't a Christian. You got that, Ash? It ain't got nothing to do. No,
I'm talking in general.
No, there's no. Listen, everybody's tired of that in general stuff. When somebody comes up to you,
Mary said that I was right.
Why do you need somebody else to tell you you're right?
Because she's the pastor of a daughter from her dad's a pastor.
What's that have to do with the
Who
price of beans?
cares?
That has nothing to do with it. Just because
But you're acting like I'm forcing you. I said, do you?
No, I'm not for you. What do you mean forcing me?
I texted you.
Said I
messaged
wasn't a
you.
Christian. You said I was not a Christian.
No, I said you can't be a Christian and be LGBT, and Neri said you can't.
Yes, you can.
Neri just said
Listen,
no.
listen, let me explain.
Here we
The
go.
Bible says that you cannot, but people can choose
what
to
verse
do
is
whatever
that?
they. If somebody wants to say they're a Christian or identify as a Christian and have Christian belief, nobody can stop them from doing that.
Right, exactly.
But the Bible
you can't
says
say
don't molest
because
little
I'm
children
gay
and
that I
people
can't
do
be
it
a
every day.
Christian.
You're right.
Nobody
right.
says what you say. I mean, you do things that other people don't agree with, but nobody says you're not a Christian because of it.
But that's what the Bible says.
Where does the Bible say if you're gay, you cannot be a Christian?
Neri just explained it to you.
No, not Neri. I'm asking you,
that's
Ash.
not what it says, Ash.
Because there ain't one. Ash, all I'm saying is believe what know why you believe something instead of somebody else has to explain it for you.
But I'm not forcing you.
You're telling me I'm not a Christian, so yeah, you are forcing me.
I was
talking.
you're not a Christian. Oh my God! I just explained it to you.
Ash. Let me put it to you like this. Let me tell you, I'm not even gay, and let me tell you where Jeff's coming from. How would you like all these people sitting on a panel saying, if you're autistic, you are not a Christian? And you had people coming after you saying, if you're autistic, then you are not a Christian, because the Bible says that you can't think this way and you can't be like this, that you have to be the way I'm
in the same category, Laura.
It is to a gay person. It is
that's
to
a really good point. I mean, that's a good point, Laura.
Thank you.
I mean, what she means is like, Ash, you can't help that you are gifted with autism. You can't help that. And you're not going to be able to be anything but that. You know what I mean? You're always going to have that. That's the way, that's who you are. And you're proud of it because you've got it, right? You're proud of it.
Brian, they're acting like I'm forcing them. I'm not. They come to my channel and I'm not talking towards them, but they're acting like I'm forcing them. I'm not. And you know that, Brian.
Nobody said you're forcing. You literally in this chat, not your channel, this chat, you told me I am not a Christian. You told me that.
No,
Nobody
I said
else.
You can't be one. I was talking in general, not towards you, because you said something. I was explaining it to you. That's all I was doing.
That. You just said it.
Oh my! Can you stop talking over me?
All right, take your turn, and then you shut up while I talk.
I was explaining it to you while you were talking, and I explained it to you. I didn't say you, like personally you. Okay, that's up to you. You do you, and I do me. That's what I said. I'm not forcing you. I'm telling you what the Bible says.
You're putting, if he's gay, then you're putting him in a category. You're saying all gay people. That puts him in that category. It puts everybody who's gay in that category.
Oh my God, you guys are never gonna look. You guys believe what you want. We're gonna believe what we want in the Bible.
Exactly, but don't tell me I'm not a Christian if I'm gay, because it's none of your fucking business, Ash.
I didn't say you weren't. I was talking in general, Jeff. I just said that 5 times.
So what does in general mean?
What does it mean if I said I'm a Christian and I'm gay, and she comes back with, Jeff said he's a Christian and he's gay, he can't be a Christian, can he, Neri? Is that talk about me or not, Laura?
No, that's including you.
Thank you.
Hey Jeff, can I ask you a question? Are you open to questions?
Yeah, sure.
You follow the Bible. What religion do you follow?
I'm a Baptist.
Do you believe that the end result, according to what the Bible says, and not what Brian says, because I want people to be happy. If you're happy, I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
But as far as what the Bible says, though, does it give you concern at all about a lifestyle that you can't help but to want to have? You know what I mean?
It's not a choice.
It's a lifestyle he can't help.
Right.
I understand it's not a choice. That's why.
Right.
That's why.
Leviticus. Listen, guys. Leviticus 18:22 says a man shall not lay with a man, and that is the Old Testament. But also Leviticus 11:7 says pork is unclean and God's people cannot eat it. Okay. That's the Old Testament. You know, that was Jesus talking to the pagans, all their different rituals and stuff they had. No, I don't believe that stuff, because also that if we believe that a man shall not lay with a man from the Old Testament, then we should believe that you can't eat shellfish, you can't eat pork. And those poly blend t-shirts you're wearing, that's mixed textiles. So that's going to send you to hell too. Okay. So no, I don't believe that. Listen, I grew up Southern Baptist. I grew up every time going to church, listen now, damning homosexuals to hell, you know? And when I got to be a teenager and I started having these feelings, you know what? I cried myself to sleep every night, Brian. I prayed to God. I said, God, I do not want to go to hell. I don't want to be this person. Please let me wake up and be quote unquote straight. And you know what? Every morning I woke up to be that same person I was, to the point where I wanted to die, because people like Ash told me if I'm gay, I'm going to hell.
I didn't tell you that.
Ash, shut up.
You
It's my turn to
did,
tell you.
Ash.
Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you.
Yes,
Okay?
you did.
I think there's a lot of things
So,
that
can I
could
finish?
send us to hell, though. Okay, go ahead.
So
I'm interested.
I know. Okay. So I woke up every single day the same person I am now, to the point where I wanted to die after everybody telling me that this is wrong. You're going to hell for this. You're choosing this. You're choosing that. I did not choose this life. Brian, why would I choose this life to have to listen to people tell me that I can't be a Christian? That
Okay,
I'm
can I
going.
ask you a question, Jeff?
No, when I get finished.
Okay, I'm interested. This
And
is interesting.
every day of my life, to the point where I wanted to die. But you know what? I finally had to realize that, you know what? This is the way God made me, Brian. And if God made me this way, how can it be wrong? Because God don't make mistakes.
That's exactly right. That's what I was saying.
What do you feel about the passages in the book that sort of seem like they're speaking against it? How do you feel about that? I mean, I want to know, yeah, about the general sexuality outside of man and woman and perversion. You know, there's all kinds of different sexual type of sin according to the Bible.
Sexual
right?
type of sin.
Well, like masturbation can be a sin. You know what I mean? Self-pleasure. Weird, it's stuff that the Bible says you shouldn't be doing.
Well, we all sin, don't we?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you do the same thing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm definitely can't speak.
Right.
I definitely can't speak. I ain't perfect.
But you're a Christian, right?
Well, I follow the book. I believe in Jesus. I believe in God, and I get inspired. But I'm not living a Christian lifestyle the way I should be, because I'm not perfect. So at this point,
well, don't we all fall short of the glory of God?
But can I say something, Brian? The thing is that we're not all perfect. I never said we have to be perfect, but we do need to try to do our best to do better. You know, not be comfortable and not do anything about it. That's what I was trying to say.
If I went to judgment today, I would go straight to hell. But I still love God.
But okay, Jeff, can I ask you a question? So when you were in churches, so they say you were going to go to hell, correct?
Say it again.
They told you that you were in churches and they told you were going to go to hell?
I was raised Southern Baptist, and I was told, yes, I was going to, that homosexuality was wrong.
Did they told you the good news? They didn't, or they just told you the negative?
Go ahead, Ash. What do you mean?
Like, did they told you that if you repent, you'll go to heaven, or they just said, oh, you're going to hell?
There's no repenting from being gay.
Hold on, let him answer. Hold on, let him answer. Did they told you?
Ash, 1 John 1:9 says, if we were faithful and just to repent from our sins, that God will forgive us. I know
correct.
That. Okay.
Did they told you that, though,
and
or they
what?
didn't?
And I repent for my sins every day. Every day, because guess what? I sin just like the next person does.
Okay, but do I try to work on it?
But do I believe that being gay is wrong? No, I do not. Do I believe it's a choice? No, I do not, because I have tried and tried to choose, quote unquote, to be different. But this is the way God made me. This is the way God made me. So it can't be wrong. So if there,
God gave me autistic.
Did he? Yeah, God made us all the way we are, honey.
There's a
There's
reason
nothing
you are
wrong
the
with
way
that,
you are.
though. But
Wait,
Ash,
wait,
there's
God
nothing
gave
wrong with
me
that. That's what
autistic?
makes you special. Yes, God made us all the way we are. He knew how we were going to be before we were born.
There's a reason for it somewhere along the line too.
What do you mean? I'm
I mean,
confused, Ash.
Wow.
What?
Nothing. It's okay.
You don't think God made us all the way we are?
Ash,
I
why
don't
do you
believe
think you have autism? Who do you think gave it to you?
something happened during birth, maybe.
No.
Right, but don't you think God knew that was going to happen before it ever
Yeah,
happened?
he knew that, but he
Okay.
didn't create it.
Didn't he create you?
God created everything.
Yeah, he created us, but I'm talking about like mentally. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to
You realize
explain
how
it.
fucking dumb you sound?
No,
Can he
you
take
she
it
doesn't.
away?
No, she
created you,
doesn't. No,
if
she
you
doesn't
believe
sound dumb.
that God
No.
created you, then God created
Did you hear what
everything
Jeff
about
said? He
you.
said, "No, I don't."
God, Ash, God made you special because that's what he wanted for you.
Ash,
If
do
you
you think
believe God created man
You
and you
know,
believe God created babies, then you believe that God created everything that is wrong with you, that's good with you, your personality. Like, he didn't just make your boobs and not make anything else.
Ash, I used to think, me being gay, that God cursed me too because I tried everything to
He didn't
change that.
curse
Because
you. He didn't curse you.
I know, but listen
Don't
to
worry.
me. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but I really did believe that because I didn't understand what was wrong with me, because I wanted to follow him and I wanted to be the way I'm supposed to be. And I wanted him to be what everybody told me I'm supposed to be. But guess what? This is what I got, Ash. And I still love him. And this is,
I know, Jeff. I know you're not a bad person. I get that. And let me tell you something. I know you're a good person, and I swear I'm
But
not forcing. I'm not. Hold on, Laura. I'm not forcing nobody to do anything. I'm not. I swear I'm not, and you know that. I'm just talking in general on my channel, and it's up to people if they want to follow or not. I'm just.
no,
It's kind of like giving advice.
no.
I'm not
See,
forcing them.
See, we were there, we were connecting there, but Ash, you sit here on this channel, not your channel, this channel, because I don't go to your channel, and you told
But
me
you
that I
should come
can't
to
be a
my channel.
Christian.
You
Hell
should come
no.
to.
And listen, that I'm going to hell?
No, I'm not going to tell you that.
You
But
just
you.
told me
But
that here.
no, Jeff. So you're not even. Oh my God. Never mind. He's not
Ash, you
listening.
said I can't be gay and a Christian. That's it. End of, in general or not, you said I can't be gay and a Christian. And I'm not telling you what you can and can't be. I'm not telling you to believe. You listen, Ash, if you believe that being gay is a choice, then that's all for you. But don't tell me that I can't be
exactly.
gay and a Christian.
Exactly.
I'm not telling you how to believe, sis. Believe how you want to believe.
this is a
But
great
don't
conversation?
say
I
that
love it.
I'm a bad person because of the way
I didn't say
I'm
you're a
living.
bad person. I just said I know you're not a bad person.
Oh, I'm just not a Christian. Right.
But no, Jeff. Okay, may came out wrong. Okay, but what I meant was, I'm not saying towards you. You can do whatever you want, but that if people want to know the real truth, I'm going to tell them, no, you cannot be that and then be Christian. I'm going to tell them, and it's up to them if they want to follow or not. I'm not forcing them.
That's
That's
nothing
my.
to you.
But what if they? But if they ask me, I'm going to be honest with them.
You know what,
They're asking
Ash?
me.
I'm gonna end it on this, but you know what? When I get up there to heaven, I hope I'm standing there at the gates when I see God look at you and say, Ash, that's not what I meant.
Oh shit!
Have a good night.
Thank you, Jeff. That was great.
Thank you, Jeff. That was great.
Well, it was informative. I like to hear it from straight from the person that has to deal with it, as far as the
I like
Bible.
that.
And, yeah.
He had that extra southern accent on there, even thicker than mine, with the night.
He
Good
I
did.
know.
night.
You two should have got an argument. That would have been hell of fun.
Yeah, but Nary, you understand what I'm trying to say, right?
I understand what you're saying, but I do also understand that not everybody's going to like what you have to say, and they don't have to agree with it. But something I was going to say that I don't agree with is I don't agree that everybody was made a certain way, like by God, with like things like autism and things like that. I think He allowed it to be, but did He specifically make people with like I in my opinion, I don't feel like God specifically made Jeff gay or Ash autistic. He let it be, but I don't think he did it purposefully, you know,
And
because I don't think God would
there,
give anybody the, hold on. I don't think
okay.
anybody would give God the, give, anybody that kind of affliction like Jeff was talking about that would make his life so hard and difficult. He might have let it be that way, but I don't think he's purposely put it on him or
Yeah.
purposely put autism on Ash. He let it be and didn't intervene. But I don't think God would put that on, you know, like I said, would purposely be like, okay, I'm going to make Jeff this way because I know it's going to make his life hard and a struggle and a fight and blah, blah, blah. And the same for Ash.
And what I meant by that was he may have had a reason for making her that way, because you never know, she might run into another autistic person that needs to be witnessed to and feels more comfortable because it's coming from Ash. That might be coming 10 years down the road. That might be her only purpose for being here. I think I think that people are the way they are, and there's a reason for why they are the way they are. There's some reason for that. It's going to inspire somebody somewhere at some point. Yeah.
All right. I just need to clear up some things that I keep hearing in an underlying tone, and it irks me. Being gay is not a sin. Being gay doesn't mean there's something wrong. Being gay is not comparable to autism as far as a disease. Being gay is who you are. This is who you like. Just like I wake up and I'm heterosexual. It's not something I think about. It's not a sin. It's not a bad thing. It's just how I was born. When you're gay, you have the attraction to same sex. Everything else in your life is the exact same. You're same skin, same blood, same veins, same everything. You just prefer members of the same sex. That's not a disease. That's not a sin. It's not something to be looked down upon. It's just who you are, plain and simple. And there's this underlying tone up here, like it's wrong, or it's a sin, or it's a disease, or you can fix it.
Only according to the Christian way. It's only according to the Christian way. If you don't, you don't have to follow it. I don't necessarily believe that it's a sin, but the Bible says it is.
The Bible's wrong. The Bible also says eye for an eye. It's wrong.
Right. And I see your point.
Eye for an eye will land you in jail for life.
I see your point. I follow your point. It just depends on how serious of a Christian do you want to be. If you don't want to be in it, you don't have to be in it. But according to that, you have to be on a real straight and narrow. I mean, and being gay is just a small thing they say is wrong. And I don't think that it's wrong necessarily, but it is for the Christian way.
But it's not all Christians. It's an old school mentality. I mean, we're in 2024. It's time to get with the times. We have trans, we have gay, we have open gay, we have open trans, we have binary or whatever it's called. We have all these same-sex bathrooms, same-sex everything. Like, get with the times, people. Get with the times.
Well, for me, I'm always going to believe in two genders. I'm not going to disrespect anybody that doesn't believe that. But for me, if I see it and it looks like a woman or it looks like a man, then that's what it is to me. And I don't want to disrespect anybody. I want everybody to be happy, and I'm happy, just not with people not forcing what they are on to me. That's how I'm happy. I identify with. I can see clearly. And I'm not gonna call you. I'm not gonna call you a woman if I know you're a man, or if it's obvious. I think the trans, there's this one, the Blair Project, that person, that's actually a dude, and you couldn't even tell it. But to me, if you're going to play that part, you've got to play it 100, but you got to fool everybody. You don't want anybody to know that there was any sign of that old you that you don't want to be anymore. You got to be convincing to me, like that Shauna that's in the community. That looks like a woman to me, and I know that's a guy.
But
what I wanted to say to Laura though is, But see, Laura, in Christian belief, though, to what you said, is it's not supposed to be updated. In Christian belief, it is one of the only things, if not the only thing, that's supposed to be unchanging. And it says the word is not to be added to or taken away from.
All right, so let me ask you this. How can you possibly respect that when the Bible itself has been rewritten to update the times a million different times? It has been updated to go with the times over and over and over. So tell me when it stops that it shouldn't change again.
It hasn't been updated. It's been revised and put out different copies, but it's never been updated.
Revised is updated.
Revised means just written and changed a little bit. It hasn't been updated, though. It's never been updated.
What do you think changed is? Isn't changed updated?
No, it's just like different. It's been written the same things that are said, just written in a different way, but it's not been updated. The Bible's never been updated.
All right, reworded.
Yeah, because different copies, just like if somebody wrote Gone with the Wind and then somebody wrote another copy of Gone with the Wind and changed it a little bit or whatever, but it's not something can be changed without it saying the same thing with different wording without being updated. Gone with the Wind and changed it a little bit.
Hey, Tony.
Hi.
But here's the thing. You have, let's just go with Baptist, Christian, Baptist, Lutheran, Catholics. Same Bible, same beliefs, and they all have three completely different views, three different interpretations of the Bible, three different interpretations of Christianity. So who's right?
Okay, well, first of all, Catholics have is not in according to Protestants. Catholics, well, it is true. I mean, it's in history. Catholicism is not pure Christianity. It was mixed with paganism. So it's not even the same, considered the same as Protestantism. And as far, what'd you say, Baptist and who else?
Baptist, Lutheran, Protestant.
No, well, Protestants are anything that's not Catholic as far as that goes. It's not a religion itself. Protestant just means you're not Catholic. Like anything like Baptist, Lutheran, or any of that would be considered Protestant. Just nothing, all Christianity that's not Catholicism pretty much is Protestant. But what I was going to say is, no, that's called denominations, Laura. They're not different religions. They're just different denominations of the same belief. They're not extremely different as far as like when you compare Baptist and Lutheran and stuff like that. They have a slightly different beliefs on certain things, but overall it's pretty much the same belief.
No, only the main belief is the same, that Jesus is the Son of God. A lot of other things are completely different.
Not completely different, no. It's the ones you just named. Like I said, all Protestants, denominations pretty much believe the same thing. There's a few little variations, but as far as huge changes that deviate from the Bible, no.
Okay. What's up, Tony?
Hi.
Hey.
Guys, firstly, the Bible was written by people. Okay. Yep. It was humans. God gave Moses the 10 commandments. Live your life according to that. The rest of the Bible was people that wrote their stories. Okay. And you can't tell somebody that what I'm saying is right and what you're saying and the Catholics is wrong and this one is wrong and we're all created by God. If we are Muslim, whatever we are. Now, when people take their own right to say, you are a sinner, you're going to go to hell, all you're doing is creating your a stick for yourself. Looking at yourself first, at your own life. Worry about your own life and not about other people. If you told the person it's wrong to be gay, fine, 100%. Wash your hands from their blood. Leave them alone. God did not make any person. God did not say he made Jesus his mouthpiece to speak. And God never said that you're going to go straight to hell. This is all created by humans to try and make you fear God. God is a God of love, according to me. That is how I believe in. And I'm gay. And I'm naughty. I've done everything that I was not supposed to do. Except for, like the devil, I hate Satan. But I was brought up in a church. I grew up. I'm gay. I love who I love. I don't care about other people. So people should stop looking for splinters in the other person's eye when he's got a whole fucking tree stuck in his own head. So that is what breaks my heart, is that people can still worry about other people's lives, who they love, how they look, whatever. Live your own life. Leave other people alone. We were all created by the same God. You are not, if I'm fat, I'm fat. You skinny, you skinny. You are God's creation. I've got nothing to say. I cannot say you are skinny or you're gay or you, whatever you are. To me, is every person should live your life according to yourself. Because, ma'am, Ash, you have got a lot to say. You must be careful that God don't send you all your grandchildren to be gay just because of you wanting other people, want to put your problem onto other people. You're making people hate their own lives because
Okay.
other people is very gullible.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there because listen, I go live, I say what the Bible says. I don't force nobody. It's up to you guys. You want to follow or not. I don't force you guys. But however, it's not towards you guys. You guys choose to come to my channel. When you come to my channel, that is your own problem.
Ash, you're running all over the community saying these things. Nobody's
No, I'm
on
not.
your
People
community.
are going live about me and they want to talk to me. So of course I'm gonna go up to them, Laura.
Nobody's on your channel. Nobody here is on your channel. We've heard
Yes,
it
they
in other
have,
places.
Laura. You should check.
We've heard it in other places. I haven't been to your channel. I've heard this shit in 15 other places.
But people have heard. What do you mean 15 places?
15 different people have told me.
I think you
Oh, I thought
mean
you meant
well.
places.
I think you mean well, Ash. I think it's
Thank
just
you.
how you present. I know you well enough, but some people don't know you, and how you present seems aggressive. You know what I mean, to some people, and even to me
Yeah.
sometimes. But and that's just who you are, and people don't know you that way. They're going to take you as you're being aggressive, or there's a word for it, and I don't want to insult you, but
Ignorant.
holier than thou. Lord, you know what I mean? And I think
Yeah.
your heart's in the right place, but your mouth just isn't getting it out the right way.
Your
You
heart
understand?
is not in the right place when you're trying to convince everybody that your way is right. That's stupid. Your way is not right. It doesn't work for everybody.
So she can change the way she says that, and you can say, according to what this Christian Bible says, we should be living this way, but not. If you say it that way, it might be a little more
Yes.
understandable to somebody than if you do this, you're going to hell.
But you can't control how you're born. I can't control being heterosexual. I can't. It's who I am. It's
No.
how I was born. That I can't help it. It's
But
just who I am. And
but if
someone that's gay, that's just who they are.
But Laura, if you chose to, being a straight female, if you chose to go scissor, you could scissor for one night, right? You could you?
Okay.
If she does, she'll never be the same again.
I knew you was going to say that. I just wondered though. You could, if you wanted to, you could go scissor, right?
Because it was like the in thing at the time. And I even said to my boyfriend at the time, like, is there something wrong with me that I have no desire to be with a girl? So no, it's not a choice.
No, I'm saying, but if you wanted to,
No,
you could
I
do
wouldn't go down on someone.
okay, all right, because so it's not interesting to you. All right,
Then she'll say, I kissed the girl and I liked it.
Yeah, I
I'm
had
just
kids
saying,
girls
if you-
before, but that was for money. But honestly, though, I can't change who I am. Like, I'm not gay. I don't like women. I like men. I like the male body. That's not going to change. No matter how hard I wish it away, no matter how much I pray to the Lord above, no matter how much I try to change, and no matter what, I'm still straight. The gay person is the exact same way. They can will it away. They can hope that it changes. They can wish that they're straight. The bottom line is they're gay. It's never going to change.
That's the thing with straight guys. lot of us probably think that a gay guy could just stop performing the act.
No,
You know, because we don't know. We don't know what I couldn't understand what it would be like to not be attracted to women. You know, so we probably
Do you
think,
know
well,
how many houses and unhappy kids there is in our world today with gay guys trying to be straight, trying to do the right thing for their families and whatever. And then 10, 15 years down the line, his wife finds out that he had a relationship with guys all these years and it's all this scandal and all the kids are unhappy. So, yeah, I believe that every person should live for himself. God created me. I love God. I read my Bible. I know my Bible. I know what I'm doing is right or is wrong, but I don't worry about who I love because God is a God of love. As long as I love and I love truthfully, I love respectfully, I love my lover the way God wants me to love a person, I feel I'm fine. And maybe that is something that you should remember, that God is a God of love. That's it.
yeah. So there's no perversion in a loving relationship between two people. There's no perversion in that. But
Exactly.
but you know, I just
Exactly.
I struggle with what the word says. You know, I don't face that same issue. I'm a straight person. So, but I
Remember,
struggle like
as a
apostle.
youngster, I had the same struggle. I came out of Afrikaans, the Nederleids hervormde kerk, and it's all this very, very. I mean, when I left when I was 18, I went to Hillbrow, I did my own thing. I went into my own life. They actually threw me out of church. They took my little papers and they sent it to Church of England in Hillbrow because I was this great sinner. Because they found out, although I've been gay all my life, I was a little tomboy. I've junior Springbok and doing this and that and that. They all see me in front of them. But when I grew up and I also only found out I was gay when I was about 18, but I was a little tomboy my whole life. So when they found out that, I was thrown out of church. But that didn't chase me away from God. In fact, it brought me closer because I don't need another person. If you're a priest, doesn't matter who you are. I don't care who you are. You're not going to tell me who I'm allowed to love or how I'm allowed to love. That is my cross I'm carrying. I will talk to God one day, and I know that I'm loving clean. And I love who I love really, so I don't have a problem. But it's sad
Okay,
then when
but you
people
can't
like
force
Ash
Christians.
do that, and there's other young people that that have this thing. You're making people feeling bad about themselves, really. Question their own lives, rather.
It's an awesome live, Laura.
I'm saying nobody,
When they're informative like this.
nobody should feel bad
It's good to you
for
guys
who
because
they
it's
love.
entertaining.
Well,
Nobody
I mean,
should feel
we're
bad
learning.
for who.
Go ahead, Laura. I'm sorry.
People should love whoever they want to love. Plain and simple. Don't ever, like Brian, imagine being condemned over and over and over for liking a woman. It's who you are. You can't change it.
I
You
wouldn't.
just can't change it.
I wouldn't be able to.
But I'm saying, and that's my
Nothing more beautiful than a nice, beautiful lady.
But you know, on the other end, you know, according to what this book's telling it, you know, Ash is right according to what the book is telling us. According to what the book
there's
says.
a lot of things in the book
that was
aren't
Laura, do
right.
you have to yell and call people names?
The book is meant as a guide. It's not meant as a end all be all.
Well, it does
The
say
Ten
in there, you gotta
Commandments.
live by every word of the book, and not bread alone, but every word of the book. It does say that.
The Ten Commandments was given to Moses by God. Those are the rules that he said. And then all these other guys wrote their story. All of them wrote their own story. They are not God. They got a message from God and they translated it to the way we think they think he wants us to know. That's how I see it. Bibles was changed and translated a million times. So who says the extremists didn't write that Bible?
Can I ask you something? Do you think it's
Yes.
okay for Yeah. Do you think it's okay for you guys to force me to believe what you guys want? I'm not forcing you guys.
No,
It looks like you
Nobody's
guys are
trying.
forcing me.
I'm not forcing you to believe. I'm telling you how I see it. I'm not forcing anybody. I'm not saying that, oh, basically, if I can now really be in a shit, sorry for my words now, but
It's okay.
if I can, in my own mind, I say, okay, people with autism kids, it's because they was having drugs and nights and what. That is, I can say that. You know what? Gay people is human. Is human.
Has to.
We were all born out of the same stuff made by God. We are creations of God. How we live our lives. Okay, when you live from 3 or from 1 day until 18, you are your parents' worry. After that, you live yourself. You carry your own cross. You answer. Nobody is telling you, "Oh, you're wrong," and your Bible is no. We're not saying your Bible is right. We're saying you are reading your Bible. Every person read his Bible the way he wants to read it. But come back to the fact that it was man-made, written by men, translated million times. So the big difference I always go back to on this argument with the Muslims, their Quran was written and it stayed like that forever. It's never been changed. But the Bible has been changed into million stories. That is what I'm saying. I will live my life that makes me happy. I will live according to that 10 commandments. And that's it. If somebody tells you you're going to go to hell because you are drinking beer, please, man. Let's see when I get to heaven. That's my 10
Isn't it
cents.
cool? Isn't it cool, Ash, to be able to actually talk to two people that are very happy with their lives that are also Christian? And if that's what God's telling them that they're okay, then we should accept that. I think
Laura,
because our relationship is
I,
personal. Like your
to
relationship
tell
with God is personal to you.
yeah,
I
to
don't
Laura,
tell
think
can
you
you
the truth,
pin?
I don't think anybody care how you feel about it because we are not. You are not our God. So, but I think this is a personal thing, and to attack people online or to talk about it online, that's a very sensitive issue. If you don't know what you're talking about as far as being gay, then it's sad because you are misinformed. You are living a life behind an iron curtain, and that it's sad for you. I feel sad for you because you're not living your life. You're not having friends. If you had gay friends, my friend, you'll be very happy, and maybe you'll understand us better.
Can Laura, can you pin Anita Backrub's pen? Is that okay? Can you guys read that, please?
Ash, are you not listening to anybody and you're
I've been
just
listening to you
reading
guys
that?
for hours, and now it's my turn, please.
All right, what has Tony just said? Give me a
She was
summary of what
talking.
Tony
She was
just said.
talking to Brian.
He's talking
And
to
I was
everybody.
talking to you.
Talking to you,
No,
Ash.
but Brian asked you a question.
Well, she's Anita Backrub's Matthew 28:19-20 is absolutely correct. It says Jesus does command people to witness. It's like a job that we're supposed to do if we profess God, but how we witness too is also really important. You know, we can't be too judgmental. We can't be too hard on people. You know, we got to do it in a loving way. And there are Christians though that are aggressive, and we need them too. And there's
But
gonna be a lot.
Brian, we're circling back to the beginning.
Okay.
You can't pick and choose which words from the Bible you're taking literal and which words from the Bible is non-literal, is figurative. You can't.
No, Laura. In the Bible, it explains to you which one are figurative and which ones are not.
So you just live your whole life based on some book that was written millions of years ago. Make it make sense.
Faith.
But see, that's the thing though, Laura, is but that's free will, just like God gave us all. Is we have a choice to whether or not we want to be a Christian, just like anybody that's not a Christian has a choice not to be.
But that doesn't make you, that's not the only thing that makes you a Christian, is that if you live by the Bible the way it has to be, the way they tell
There's
you
more
exactly
to it,
how
yes.
to live by it.
There's more to it than just the
doesn't
Bible.
make you
Yes.
Christian. Christian,
You're right. And
spirituality. Christian is your faith. Christianity is what you believe. What separates Christianity from Judaism is one believes that Jesus is the Son of God, and the other one believes that he's not the Son of God and that he was just a high rabbi. If you believe that he wasn't the Son of God, then you're a Jew. If you believe that he was, then you fall into Christian category. That's
right.
it. You
But
can
there's also Messianic Jews.
but you can still follow. You can still be a Christian and not live every word by the Bible.
That I don't disagree with. No, I don't. You're right. You're right.
She is right about that.
I agree
because this-
too. I agree.
Because he said, bring me your unclean.
Nobody's perfect.
Bring me your sinners. Like the doctor's office doesn't need people to come in there that aren't sick.
No human being is not a sinner. It doesn't matter if you're the highest,
Yeah.
you're the Pope, a nun, a minister, nobody, we're all sinners. Nobody's without sin. That's for sure. And so when you were saying something about the undertones, I wanted to say, when you were saying something about the undertones a few minutes ago, what I was trying to explain is in Christian belief, anything that causes you dis-ease, and when I say dis-ease, I don't mean like something you catch or like a disorder, cerebral palsy, chicken pox, anything. I mean anything that makes you uncomfortable, that's not easy, that's not good, is considered of the devil. That God allowed it, but the devil is what brought it in when sin came into the world back in the Garden of Eden. And he decides whether or not he will allow it and allow you to have it or not, or to cure you and deliver you. But all disease, like I said, not the word disease, meaning like chicken pox, cerebral palsy,
Not easy.
meaning
Not easy.
meaning not easy, not healthy, not good, not favorable, is in our belief comes from the devil. Period. So to say that God made somebody paralyzed or with cerebral palsy or autism or homosexual, it doesn't go along with our beliefs. It's because in God, in heaven, everybody's going to be whole and healthy. And that's the way it was supposed to be to begin with, except for when humans fell from grace in the Garden of Eden. And God also allowed dominion, the devil to have a certain amount of dominion over the earth.
1,000 years.
And I also want to say, I always said, Neri, tell me if I'm saying it correctly. If it's so they can understand, I never said that you have to be perfect. No, we just got to try our best. That's it. Not be comfortable, not doing anything about it.
And these people that are gay, they feel like they don't have to try to stop.
And it says in the Bible also, what's it say? We all fall short of the glory of God.
Right.
All of us, even all Christians, no matter how good of a Christian you are, we all fall short of the glory.
Right. It's called, like, you make mistakes. Yeah. You just try your best. You keep trying. You're right.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. The people that are gay, they don't feel like they're making a mistake.
Being gay is not a mistake.
Well, if you do it,
that's what I meant. That's exactly what I meant. So they're not ever going to feel like they're making a mistake, and that's where they're
the thing
at.
is, you can't choose. One can't choose. I can't choose and say, "Oh no, I'm not gay anymore. I want to be with a man." I can't. I mean, so to make other people happy, not even myself, I must now, because other people think I'm committing a sin, I must now be unhappy for the rest of my life to make other people happy. I don't understand. I really don't understand that.
What's your palm?
How do I change?
What's your palm's name? What your palm? Your pup? Your pup in your profile
My
picture.
pup, Mona. That one is Dexter on the that one is Dexter. I've got two.
Oh, this is a nice fluffy one.
Let me just point out, talking about beautiful people, when I lost my hair because of chemo, Tony over here with the palm, she shaved her head for me. And so did Orion in chat.
You look interesting like that, Laura. You know what? That's an interesting look. You can pull it off.
What?
I think you look interesting like that.
I'm just saying, I thought that was like amazing.
How long do they say it takes for it to come back?
I could do that, but I can't. Imagine, Laura, imagine you said you were gay and we must try and help you to come straight. I mean, it's like me saying, guys, Please, I don't want to be gay anymore. I want a man. What are you going to do? Bring me nice men and I will not be interested because I don't see them like that. You can't change. If you're gay, you're gay.
That's what
I
I'm
want.
saying.
I
People
Well,
wonder.
now there's well now I can't. I'm not gay, so I can't say whether that's true or not true. But what I was going to say, there are people, and I'm not saying that anybody has to do this. I'm just saying there are people out there that say that they were once homosexual, that they were recovered. Like Little Richard is an example of that. The famous musician Little Richard, he was bisexual, predominantly gay, I think, but bisexual technically. And at one point he talks about, he's got a whole story about it, how he turned away from it and he was delivered. And at one point he became a minister. So, I mean, you know, I can't say because I'm not gay if somebody can be cured or not cured of it or turn away from it. But there are people
You
that
can't.
say they have turned away from it. So I would say, in my opinion, it's probably some that probably can't, even if they tried, and then others that were successful. That would be my take, because
And
I can't live it
even though,
personally.
even,
I'd say
But
there's one or the other. In other words, is what I'm getting at.
hold
it
on,
seems like
Narnie.
you just
Narnie,
said
what you're
bisexual.
trying to say, hold on. What you're trying to say, Narnie, is that people might fight the urge to be gay. However, they only fight the urge because of people like Republican Ash who go around saying how they're going to burn in hell and how it's so wrong and all this other stuff. So they try, and the Christian religion telling them how wrong it is to be who they are. And guess what?
Oh.
It's not something to shy away from. It's you are who you are. And being an older person, I watched over the years where people had to hide who they were. People had to be in shame. People had to, hide in, they couldn't tell anyone they were gay. It was completely non-happening in public. I remember being a little kid and we went into the city for the day and I saw these two guys holding hands. And I remember looking at my dad and I said, Dad, those two boys are holding hands. He's like, honey, that's called being gay. And I said, you can do that? He's like, of course there are people like that. So, I mean,
I love your dad.
I grew up with hippie parents who grew up, through Woodstock days, and who knows what they did besides a lot of drugs.
they probably don't remember.
Sex, free love, free everything. They were total hippies. So my point being is that I grew up in a time where it in New York City, people showed it, but for the most part, it was secret. It was hidden. You didn't. I remember one of my friends telling me she was gay, and I told her, I said, I got a secret. We were like in our 20s. I said, Dawn, I got a secret to tell you. She goes, not as big as my secret. And I told her my secret. It really wasn't a big deal. And I said, what's your secret? She's like, I went down on so-and-so. I'm like, ew, gross. And, we laughed about it. I was like, you're nasty. But yeah, I was like, nasty. But,
funny.
It wasn't like something that now she could, now it would be no big deal for her to out that she liked women. And it made her realize that she liked women more than men. But I never looked at her like, oh my God, you have a disease, or oh my God, you're no longer a Christian, or oh my God, this is so wrong. No, it's
I'm
who
sorry.
you are who you are.
But this is
I
what I'm
believe
saying,
that
Laura.
people can.
It's
If you were bisexual, sorry. If you were bisexual, if you are bisexual, obviously, you within your body, you've got a fight within yourself where I like women, I like guys, I like women, I like guys. Yes, I can see myself if I was bisexual. That maybe yes, I did. I would have also chosen to take a man and be normal, but I'm not. I've played with the guys. I played rugby with them. I played with them. I never loved them. So I can understand if you say somebody, as you called it, recovered. No. Somebody chose. I don't want to be with guys anymore. I like women more. But if he was just gay, like gay, no experience with men or whatever, like I'm almost 60 and I never had a boyfriend. So I know I'm gay. That's it. So, but if I was bisexual, maybe it would have been different. But there's a difference between a full-on gay person and a bisexual person. Tricycle.
Well, there's people out there that say they were gay that claim they were delivered and they no longer have the attraction. So this is the way I look at it, is like, if you say that you can't, that gay people can't be changed or that couldn't happen, you can't tell somebody that that's the experience, that that's not what they experienced it either. My personal opinion is it's probably, this is my personal opinion on it, is some people probably can be delivered, or if or turned away from it or whatever, and others maybe can't. That's my personal opinion on it. But you, like I said, you can't tell somebody else that says they've been delivered that their experience wasn't real either. But what I was going to say to what Laura said is, it's not just Christians. Most religions are not, have an issue, and, in their doctrine, that speaks against homosexuality. But believe it or not, Laura, it's not just a religious thing. I've come across a lot of people that are not religious at all. They're just like you, agnostic or atheist, and they just don't accept the lifestyle, period. And it's not even because they're standing on a religious belief.
Okay, then we need to change the ignorance, because if, like, I put it like this in the past, and I'll put it like this again, and I'll put this out publicly, and if people don't like it, don't like it. I'll use Brian for an example. If Brian likes to suck dick and I like to suck dick, who the fuck am I to judge Brian? And if Tony likes to go down on a girl and Jesse Cat likes to go down on a girl, who the fuck am I to judge them? I'm not the one involved in it. I'm not going down on anyone. It's not my business to judge someone.
Did you know Jesus said to spread the gospel? Did you
I
know
don't
that?
give a fuck what Jesus says. We're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about ignorance with being gay.
I'll give you an example, Ash. How, like, masturbation, right? That's a form of self-love, right? It's homosexual means one, and then sexual means sex. So if you are pleasuring yourself, you are in a sin, because sex is made according to the Bible between a man and a woman.
Hold on, guys. I can't hear him. Something's wrong with my mic. Hold on, Brian. I apologize. It's just crackling.
I'm going to fix this for you right now. I'll fix it for you. Watch.
I don't know. You sounded fine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I think it was me, you guys. No, you guys are fine.
Let me try and give it to you this way.
I can hear you.
Let me try and give it to you this way, so maybe you can understand it this way. If, like, homosexuality, homo means one, sexuality means the act of some type of sex. So if you are masturbating, Ash, you're engaged in some homo, you and yourself, one, and that is a sin against God, because you're not, according to the Bible, you're not having love between a man and a woman. You're having sexual love with yourself. And if you look in Corinthians, it'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about. So, as adamant as you are about this subject with gay people and religion, you might want to also tell people who are masturbating the same thing. Because, and
I
you know what?
explain that to them, but they don't get it. So.
Everybody does.
I know. I understand. A lot of people do it, but we gotta try not to do it. I know it's hard. I get what you're saying. I agree with you.
Yeah. Well, maybe the way that you're going about what you're trying to preach, and maybe you should look into other things too. Maybe you shouldn't be so adamant about it, because the people are getting at you about it right now. Maybe that's, if a whole bunch of people are telling you about it, that could be a message for you from God too. Maybe you should lighten up, live your life, because these people that are gay, they're not going to stop. They can't. They just can't. It's like, do you think that God can reach into your life and pull your autism away from you? And I mean, it's not a challenge for you. We love you the way you are. But do you think that God can come in and take that away from you? No, that's your character. That's who you are. We know you as Ash. We know you're on the spectrum, and we love you that way, just the way you are. So that maybe that should go out the same way from you to other people. You know what I mean? Do you understand?
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be mean to you, because I think you can get your message across with a little more love and a less assertiveness. And you can say, look, this is what the Bible says about this, and let them make up their own mind. That's your job.
Yeah, I don't force them. I don't force them, Brian, but they say I force them. Hold on, Laura. I don't force them, but they choose to come to my channel. They told me why, but I forgot.
Yeah, well, some people are interested when there's controversy. That's just part of the human nature. You know, if they know you
Yeah.
might say something that's controversial, then they're going to look. You know, and I mean, sometimes you do, you know, even to me, and I'm your friend. I don't care if you're mad at me or I'm mad at you. Sometimes you come off as a little holier than thou. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but you're not going to be able to get your message across to somebody that might need to hear it. And there is somebody in your circle that needs to hear what you have to say. There's somebody there that is going to get something out of it. So you got to think about that when you're presenting it. Like this live is amazing.
Yeah, the thing is that the thing is but the thing is, Brian, I swear I don't force them. I don't.
Well, you can't.
Right, exactly. But that's why I
And-
don't
and-
do it.
and-
And
and
I will
look-
not want to force them.
And being like pushy about something or constantly pounding, hey, that all the time when you're always talking about, you know, the
Right.
I mean,
but Brian,
I know for the last couple
can I
months
ask you
you've
a
been on
question?
about this. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Do you think I'm forcing like if I'm talking about if I'm preaching the gospel for in general, and it's up to the people if they want, because everybody watches all kinds of people watches me, not just from the drama community, other people too. So if some of them want to hear what I have to say, and
Yep.
it's not forced the drama community. I told them that, but they said they don't care. It's still I'm still forcing it. Is that forcing, or I'm just doing me?
Brian,
Well,
let
you
me
know,
answer this.
it's
Hold
just your
on, Brian,
style.
let me answer this. Let me
What
answer this.
what Brian?
And
she's
hold on. I want to answer this for him. Well, not for him. He
Can
can
I
answer
hear him?
But no, it's my panel, and I want to answer this. No, listen, seriously, Ash.
Well, it's your
What is
panel, but I'm
What is
involved.
what is happening is, and I see this and I hear this the more you speak, it's not that you're outright telling people, you know, what they can and can't do with their own lives. And you're also not doing it in the way like Narnie did it. However, what you are doing is like, if someone tells me consistently not to, oh, that I need to listen to Brian, that I need to listen to Brian, that I need to listen to Brian, you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to listen to Brian.
She don't listen to me anyway.
No, because someone's telling me that I have to over and over and over and over. If someone tells me I need to own this thing, I need to own this guitar, I need to own this guitar, am I going to want that guitar? Fuck no. I'm not going to want the guitar because you're constantly shoving it in my face why I need it. Why did I become an atheist when I was 13? Because somebody is shoving in my face what I should and shouldn't think, what I should and shouldn't believe. And that's
But
what
are
you're
they? But okay, let's say you have let's say you're going in a room where you know what they're going to preach. You're the one choose to go inside that room. Don't go in that room then.
I'm not in your
No,
room.
I will go in.
I'm saying in general.
I will go in because I want to get my message. But if I do not agree with the message, I'm not going to go and kill myself, hang myself now because this person said, "Yeah, oh, you are going to hell."
I didn't say that.
No, if you've got an opinion about somebody being gay, you can say so. But don't throw the Bible under the bus and say the Bible said. The Bible was written, as I say again, it sounds like a same thing. The Bible was written by mankind. Okay, so he understood it like that. You understand the Bible the way you read it. To me, the Bible talks about love. Yes, they've got all these, you're gonna go to hell and what. I don't even read that because I don't want to be negative. I'm a person of love. I love, and we must all love each other. If we can just, even in this Chroma Dharma community here, if all of us just choose to love ourselves and let the sun shine on the next person, we will all have a better life.
I
That
agree.
makes it, yeah, very bright. Very bright.
Totally.
Girls, I'm going to go down. I want to go and chat to the chat. It was nice meeting all of you. Ash, I pray for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Tony.
Thanks,
My
and go. Bye, my friend.
Bye, my love. I'll see
Bye,
you.
bestie.
Lord
So-
pulled up. Go ahead.
Here's the thing, Ash. If nothing else, I hope that it's I did not mean to come out argumentative. I did not mean
Yeah,
to.
you call me names and you cuss me out, but it's okay.
I
That's
get
just Laura.
I have
Yeah, she
very,
doesn't work on
very
that.
strong gay rights. I am die-hard gay rights. I am
And that is
die-hard
your right.
trans rights.
But you're not gonna
I am
make
die-hard.
me support that. I don't agree. You're not gonna make
I'm
me.
not
Just like I'm not
asking you to
forcing you.
support it. I'm not
Oh, shit.
asking you to support it, but what I am doing is asking you to keep your opinions to yourself because nobody cares to hear it.
No, Laura, I don't have them. I don't bring them over here. They come to my chat. I tell them if you guys
Nobody
don't want to
came,
listen to me,
nobody went to your channel, Ash. We've
yes, they
been
did.
here. I have never been to your channel in
I'm
like
not talking
3
about
years.
you.
Nobody
I'm
in
not
my
talking.
chat has been to your channel. Half the chat had no idea what was going on tonight. They don't even
And how
know
did you
who
find out?
Onewen is. And they don't even know who you are.
How did you find out?
Through somebody? Tracy
Okay,
talked about it today.
you said 15 people told you.
Tracy talked about it. Wendy talked about it. Randy talked about it. People in their chats talked about it.
Okay, but I wasn't talking towards them. They chose to come to my chat. I'm just talking in general, and you guys don't like that. Don't come to my channel. They do come to my chat. They just said that.
Okay, well, I didn't go to your channel. Nobody in here went to your channel.
I'm not talking toward you or them. I'm not talking about you and your chats. I'm talking about other people, Laura. That's what I'm trying to tell you, but you're not listening.
But it doesn't matter if I sat on my panel and I preached every day that autistic people are going to fucking hell. And I sat there every single day saying that autistic people are going to hell. How the fuck would you feel?
Well,
how would you feel?
Well, first of all, Laura, you can't go to hell for being autistic.
You can't go to hell for being gay either.
Neri and Brian just explained it to you. Yeah, you can.
Oh my God.
Well, what I said, I just said according to if you follow the Christian way, that's what the belief is. Yeah.
If you take it literally.
If you take it literally, yes.
If you take it literally. Because again, you got to pick and choose what you take literally and what you take figuratively. It's all a matter of what you choose. That's all.
But I've listened to these two people that are Christian, that are also gay, and I listen to their input, and God's telling them, God's not putting it on their heart that they should stop doing this, or stop being that way. And that's what God does. If you're doing something wrong, He'll put it on your heart that you need to change it. He'll keep talking to you that you need to change it, and we can listen or not.
The Bible is a handwritten book that is used as a guide for healthy living. It not healthy like food healthy is, good orderly direction, God. That is what the Bible is there for. The Bible is there not to anything to be taken literally. Everything should be taken figuratively. That is why there's multiple versions of the same beliefs, and different religions have spawned from the same beliefs. The ones that we all believe in is don't kill. But if, of course, there are circumstances, but be nice to thy neighbor, don't cheat on your wife or husband, and just be all around good person. Don't judge others. Don't be jealous of others. Don't have envy of others. Do the best that you can. Look, the bottom line, we got one life. Fucking live it. You want to spend your life preaching about others and worrying about others, then you're not going to live a good life. You're not going to live a nice life. Just live for you. And, if you do want to preach something, and preach not to be ignorant, preach not to fucking, put down what other people believe. You'll never see me put down people who believe in religion. That's your belief. That's cool. And if you want to believe that, that's fine. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm not going to tell you your beliefs are wrong. I'm going to say that you should believe whatever you want to believe, and your beliefs are your beliefs, but don't push them on everyone else because it's saying that, oh, the Bible says this. Well, the Bible says a lot of things. That doesn't make it right. It's not like, for example, if Brian or you went to Egypt and you come back and you told me that the pyramids of Egypt changed your life, and the pyramids of Egypt, you saw God, and you had a conversation with God, and I'd be like, fuck, I want to go to Egypt. I want to see if this shit's real. But that's tangible. You went there, you saw it, and you came back and you told me about it. Nobody died and went to heaven and knows what happens. Nobody. I don't know if my belief is right, and you don't know if your belief is right. So the best thing you can do is just live your life as best as possible. Be as nice to everyone as possible. Have a fucking wonderful life. Raise your children. Don't judge others. That's how you live. That's how you live a good life and end up going to heaven. Period. End of story.
Well, they say that the reward is at the end. It's the heavenly riches in heaven if we follow that straight and narrow. And there's guidelines of that straight and narrow, which comes from the Bible. But there's more to it than just what's in the Bible. I mean, sometimes if you ever hear the voice.
Thank you, Tony.
If you ever hear or what you think is the voice of God, you'll know it. There's way more to it. But basically, we're supposed to love each other no matter what anybody's doing. But we should, if someone comes to you and says, and you profess to be a Christian, and someone who's gay comes to you and says, hey, what does the Bible tell you about this? You should tell them what it says, and don't be opinionated. I don't agree with everything's in the Bible, but this is what it says, and it says it really does say you should take it literally. It flat out says,
Of course it does, because they don't want you to kill. They don't want, think about how whacked the world would be if we went by the Old Testament. The whole world would be in a war 24/7.
Yeah.
So they have a New Testament for basically the guidelines of how we live. That's what the Bible is. It's guidelines for how we live. And you can compare it to general laws of society. You can compare it to everyday living. I discussed this in detail with my ex-husband, and who was kind of on the fence, but he really believed that God was good orderly direction. But that is what the Bible is. The Bible is our belief system, whether you realize it or not. I
was gonna say you never have to step into a church or stop going to the bar or going out and having a good time, and you can read that Bible and live a better life.
Just
if you follow it,
person.
If you followed it, you could live a better life. But now, if you want the goal at the end of it, which is eternal life, then you'll follow it to a T, because you will be judged and graded, and the only thing it gets in is an A++. That's just
that's the part I don't believe.
That's what it says.
They want to keep people in that mentality that you have to live this way, and then you won't have any crime. You won't have people murdering each other.
I don't believe all that. Society-wise,
there's a reason why they want you to live that life. They want you to live that life because it makes the world a better place. It's not because you're going to end up in heaven. I'm telling you guys, you're going to heaven regardless. Even murderers end up in heaven. If Brad didn't go to hell, trust me, nobody's going to hell. There is no hell. Believe that.
Yeah, because a murderer can be forgiven for sin. You can be forgiven for that sin, and so that you can still go to heaven. Now, there's a question. I don't know what happens in judgment if God's going to judge someone for their lifestyle. It's not important to me. My path is what's important to me. But I can't say how God's going to judge someone else. I know the Bible could be wrong, and God accepts people the way they are.
But Brian, think about this. You're a spirit. You're a ball. You're not a person. So please tell me how anybody is judging you. You're a fucking ball of energy. That's it. You can't judge a ball of energy. And when we die, that's all we are, is a ball of energy. So who's judging it? Nobody's judging you when you die. There is no judgment day. You're a ball of energy.
The ball of energy would have to have a source from somewhere, right?
Yeah, but your soul doesn't make up who you are. Your soul is just a ball of energy that's inside of you. And yes, I do believe we have a soul.
Yeah,
But
I follow that.
that soul doesn't judge you. That soul jumps from person to person to person. That's what reincarnation is. Your soul goes into another person. So there's no judging you because your soul isn't what made your choices in life. Your soul isn't your brain. Your soul is just what jumps from person to person to person. That's what reincarnates. There is no judgment day. That is the biggest fallacy of all religions. You can't judge a fucking energy ball. And that's all we are. Once we die, our body is tossed aside. You are an energy ball. There is no judging.
So it was the body that committed the sin and not the soul.
The body and the brain. The soul is just a little piece of you.
Well,
It's a ball of energy.
It's interesting. I've never heard it laid out like that.
And that's because that's the one thing that people, in my opinion, get wrong about religion. Tell me, what is judging? When you say judge, I'm going to stand before you. Well, with what body? What body are you standing before me with? You know, one thing I never believed about spirits, when spirits, they say, can talk. You don't have a fucking mouth. How are you talking? Balls of energy can't talk. That's why I never believe in spirit boxes. Balls of energy, you need vocal cords to talk. Balls of energy don't have vocal cords.
Well, they say there's no illness in heaven. There's no aging.
It's not, because you're a ball of energy.
Laura, I'll be back, okay?
Okay. You're just a ball of energy.
That's interesting. I mean, you know, I never thought about it like that, but you know, according, you know, you can say the Bible is wrong, but the people that are Christian don't believe that, and that's you have your right, they have their right.
And I will not judge anybody for saying otherwise. You know, if someone has a different belief than me, that's fine too. But I'm just saying that that's my beliefs. My beliefs are, you can't tell me that, you know, that there's going to be all this judgment and you should do this and you should do that, when you're just a ball of energy when everything else is gone. You have no voice, you have no brain, you have no thoughts, you have no body. You're just a ball of energy. That's it.
That's why when I talk to people that's anything religion, I always say, well, according to what the Bible says here. I always put it out that way. And then they can take that and do whatever they want. Like you don't accept that. And that's fine. I can judge you for that. You don't, you're living fine. You know, you're not been struck down by lightning. That's you. You know, Christians would want everybody they knew to love the Bible and the word like we do, but we're going to understand that they don't. Not everybody's going to. But that doesn't make me think, oh, that person is stupid. They're ignorant. You know, just they believe a different way. And other people's religions and beliefs and the way they live their life has always been interesting to me, you know, so I can learn from anything. But that thing with the ball of energy, that's very interesting, Laura.
It's true though. It's what we are. We are a ball of energy. And once you die, like I've told the story before, when I watched my dad die, you know, he just didn't look like him. Like me and my mom saw him about 20 minutes after he passed, maybe 30 after he passed. And he looked scared. He definitely didn't look at peace. And he looked like something was completely drained out of him. And I said to my mom, I guess that's what a soul looks like when it leaves your body, that he was completely drained. And I believe that was the soul. We just saw him like 2 hours prior to that. And he was, you know, he had color in his face and was, you know, fuller. And once he died, he just caved in. It was very weird.
You know, the thing that nothing's promised.
I know.
Tomorrow's not promised, so it can happen that quickly. It's interesting. Death has always been interesting because we don't know anything about it.
Exactly.
I do know that when, you know, according to medically, you know, that your body does let you know it has protection, you know, where you don't feel things or you know what's about to happen. Your body prepares you for it. It's a process, but it's still strange to see
I
it.
agree.
Yeah, but it makes you feel mortal. It makes you feel mortal and know the end result when you watch it happen to somebody else. That's for sure.
I used to be afraid of death until I had this dream about Brad in this tunnel. I'm telling you, everything changed after that because I was like, wow, we just turn into a ball of energy and then we go somewhere else. And then I read this book. You want to read a good book about after death? Read this book, Journey of Souls. It's on Amazon, but you can also get the audio book, which was that I used. And I just listened to it while I was doing, clean the house, working, whatever. And I just listened to it. And it was really good. And it talked about this doctor that puts patients under hypnosis and found a way to see their spirits and what happens in the afterlife. And to this day, it's the only medical doctor proven of what happens in the afterlife. And one of the things they spoke about was blue and yellow tunnels. And they talked about spirit guides, and they talked about your spirit meets up with everybody else, and then you reincarnate. And sometimes, depending on your spirit guide, sometimes they're yellow, sometimes they're white, sometimes they're blue, and it all depends what level they're at. And I'm thinking to myself, one thing they don't tell you is, how do you know who becomes a spirit guide and who gets, who stays behind or who reincarnates? But the one thing they never talk about is God. Oh, it's on YouTube. They never talk about seeing God. It's only spirit guides.
Yeah. They have all these false prophets out there. It's really hard. It's really hard to get into the Bible when there's so much different stuff being said about it. So what you have to do is just take what you believe in, and you run with that. It's between you and God.
Hold on. Hey, Bobby. I can't believe, Bobby, you're back. Welcome back, homie.
Well, you had a really good, smart live up here, Laura. I like them when they're interesting this way. This is one of, especially when we talk about religion with everybody killing each other up here. And then
religion I could stay calm for. I have a very hard time with gay rights because even though I'm straight as a fucking needle, I'm very diehard gay rights people because I know how hard they fought.
It was very interesting to hear Jeff's input and Miss Tony's input, right? Because I as a straight person, I don't really get very many chances to ask someone that's in the church that's actually gay, because my church doesn't have it, and I don't agree with it. But it's a pilot; they don't have it. But I've always been interested in that, and we had these two people come up and share, and that was really interesting. So I'm gonna take away something good from that, just like he said. God's not putting it on his heart that he's doing anything wrong. And that's what the spirit would do. If you're doing something wrong, they'll put it on you, put it on you, put it on you. But they're not, he felt like he's made correctly. So that's what we run with. His relationship with God is a personal relationship between him and God, not between him and everybody that wants to judge how he's living. It's not. That's the way it should be.
And I agree with you. And that's what I'm going to say too, is Dayton. Dayton found God after his father passed. And Dayton felt that this is what he needed to get through it. And to this day, he doesn't want to date girls because he thinks they're all hoes. He wants to find a nice Christian girl. He doesn't want to go out with his friends and drink and do typical teenage things. And I'm totally supportive of him. And I told him, he was telling me his friends doing that. I said, honey, they're teenagers. That's what teenagers do. And that's what 16 and 17-year-old boys do. He's like, yeah, but I don't like that. I totally get it. And you need to hang out with different kids then. You need to hang out with real Christian kids that, go to church groups and all this other stuff. And I support him 100%.
Sure.
But that's what he needed to get through the death of his father. And you know what? Whatever he needed to get through it, I support. So if people use, like for you, if you need Christianity to, to get through something in your life, if I needed to turn to God to get through my cancer or something, if I needed that, then I'm all for that. And I would not, if Republican Ash was doing it because she had a view of, you know, she felt she had a trauma in her life and, you know, turned to God I would support it 100%. But where the line crosses is you can believe whatever you want to believe, and you can have whatever, you know, beliefs you have to get through whatever you need it for, but don't judge someone else who doesn't think like you. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. Yep.
See, I won't try to push it on other people. If they want to know what I think or they ask me questions or whatever, I'll tell them, and I'll tell them what my beliefs are. But I don't try to push it on other people, because I mean, that's the beauty of God given free will, is we were all given the right to believe or not to believe, plain and simple.
He
Yeah.
tries to tell me about gay is wrong. I said, Dane, please shut up, because you sound totally fucking ignorant.
Well, he should say according to the Bible. He shouldn't say it like that. He shouldn't say being gay is wrong, because it's not. But according to the Bible, they say it is.
Well, I can tell you this, Laura, that him going to church is not only a really good thing for him, it's a good thing for you as well, because it'll help. If he feels the way he feels, it'll give him a better chance at a better, happier life, because he's less inclined to get into drugs and all that stuff that would bring you nothing but heartache, you know?
And we talked about this too. And he comes from 2 addict parents. I'm an addict. His dad was an addict. I know, and I've talked about this. Like, I know if Brad was still alive, Dayton would never be this kid. Dayton would be doing dope already. I know it for a fact. Dayton would be disrespectful to women. Dayton would have no respect for me. That was the path he was on. And then all of a sudden Brad died. And I really feel like Brad sacrificed himself for this better of his kid. I really do. And that changed everything. All of a sudden, Dayton is respectful of me. And Dayton just did a 180, like literally did a complete 180 and became a really good kid, and a kid that's respectful and doesn't do drugs and doesn't want to do drugs. And he would never be here without that religion. He would never
he has a better chance. Not that it's perfect, and anybody that's just because a Christian, their life is going to be perfect and you know, flawless and traumaless and all this blah blah blah, but it'll make his chances a lot better, especially since he's getting into it young. And he's surrounded by people that have the same belief and are trying to stay clean and live a good life. I mean, because times are a lot worse. We're all in the same age group, the 3 of us, and I'm gonna tell you, if y'all don't notice how bad things have gotten in our children's generation, whoo! I mean, it's bad out there for them. And
I know, and I see the peer pressure. I see him talking to me, not see him, but he talks to me about what his friends are doing, and I can see the pressure on him is about to cave. Like, I can see it. And I keep telling him, just stay strong. I'm like, you need to find a different group of people. He's like, Mom, they're my best friends forever, and blah, blah. I understand, but they're not on the same page as you. You want to be somewhere else. You want to be on a Friday night with a girl at church, and that's cool. But you need to find that group of people, not
yes.
Well, here's what you can hope for, Laura. If your son came in there and you saw God all over him and you saw the Spirit on him, and everybody in your house started to see it on him, you know, that's the hope that you'd want. Because if you're like a person like this, if you see it, then you'll believe it. So maybe he can go and get filled with the Spirit and take it seriously and follow it the right way. And maybe it'll spread some of that into your household with you guys. And he's not pushing it at you guys at all, is he?
No, he doesn't. We've had many conversations. He tries to yell at the kids. Phoenix is too scientific, and Sage has learned to be scientific.
A complete change like what you're talking about is a spiritual awakening of some kind. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be Christianity. His father passed. He's starting to get a realizing on realized what life is about and how important people are. If he's moved over to the church, it can't be anything but a good thing. It really can't, unless he's really
I agree
pushy
with
about
that.
it.
And
Unless
I
he's
agree
really
with
pushy about it. You can't be
But-
pushy about it.
But what he doesn't do is he doesn't go around saying, you know, he'll tell me privately, like, oh, this one's an F word. And I was like, Dayton, don't say that. You know, and he'll be like, Mom, but God says gay is wrong. Dayton, let's talk. But what he doesn't do is so my best friend from New York, her daughter is trans. I keep saying daughter, but he's now a he. Daughter is trans. He doesn't say, oh my God, Katie, she's going to burn in hell. No. He's like, oh, that's cool. You know, like that's the difference. And that's what I'm trying to say to Ash. You can have your beliefs, but you don't need to preach them all over the place. You don't need to go in public to preach them. That's not fair.
If the homosexuality thing is making Dayton angry, then he needs to pray for homosexual people in whatever way he wants to, because he can't be angry about it. That's not that doesn't come. You tell. I mean, you should probably tell him that if he's angry about that, that's not coming from God.
He's not.
She didn't describe it to me the way it sounded to me, like he was angry. He was just saying, you know.
That's why I said if. Yeah, that's why I said if. I watch what I say a lot more clearly now. I've calmed down a lot.
She's like angry. Oh, you're gonna burn in hell. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference. Is Dayton's not angry about it. And if I bring home someone gay or one of Dayton's friends are gay, which I think one of them are, but they don't sit there and be like, oh my God, you're gonna burn in hell and that's not God's way. No, they just, okay, that's my beliefs and I keep it to myself, but I'm not gonna sit there and tell a gay person that they're gonna burn in hell.
I'm not going to tell a gay person anything about the Bible unless they ask me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get through to Ash. Hey, Snoopy. That's what I was trying to get through to Ash.
Yeah.
Is that you can have your beliefs, but you don't need to slam them down other people's throats. That's what Tracy was saying. She's an extremist.
Yeah, you don't impose your will on other people because people won't get your message at all. They'll be worried about your behavior. Like when Ash is saying something, you don't want to. You're not trying to listen to her because you think she's ignorant, and she might be coming off aggressive, and you're not listening to anything she said because she's pissing you off. So if you come across the right way and respectful, and don't say, "Well, this is going to happen," you can say, you speak it this way. You say, "According to this Bible, that's what this says," and if you follow this Bible, and you say that you're going to follow this Bible, then you have to follow every single rule that's in it.
Here's one really important thing: is everybody's salvation is their own.
Exactly, 100%. I agree.
That's what I got from Jeff today. That's what I learned from Jeff.
Look, if you're a Christian and you believe the Bible and you believe it, you know, every word, like some of us do, what they call fundamentalist, is then, you know, if you what I'm trying to get at is your salvation is your own. So if you choose to follow it to the letter and fundamentally, then that's my choice to do so. If it's not somebody else's choice to do so, people like me might not agree with it. But if that look, I'm not. This is gonna sound funny, so I don't know how to say it exactly right. But if they wind up in hell because of it, that's nobody's responsibility. That their own. Not saying that they will. I'm just saying that everybody's salvation is their own responsibility. If that's what you believe, you know what I mean? So your choices wind up, you know, putting you in a place that you believe exists, then that's nobody's responsibility except for your own.
I wouldn't think that there would be any homosexuality in heaven. I don't think there'd be any sexuality in heaven.
There's not.
So,
it says that.
What happens to these people's souls if they reach heaven and they lose that attraction that they once had for the same sex?
Energy. You're just
I understand. I understand I understand that's a good point that you made. But as far as outside of your belief, these people won't be gay when they get to heaven.
Nope. No.
Then that's not
a female either. You're just an orc.
You make a good point. Yeah, I do believe that's that is interesting, Laura. You just got me with something interesting. I'm gonna look into that. That does make sense, but
anytime you hear about a ghost, you hear about an orb. If you take a picture and they say there's an orb, that's a ball of energy. That's all you are.
But is it life?
It's a different kind of life.
Right. That's cool when you get into something deep.
Well, now, according to Christian belief, it says if you go to heaven, you will have a new body, is what it says.
Yeah, because your soul jumps. That's reincarnation. That is true. But you don't get a body.
No, that's not the same thing as reincarnation, because reincarnation is when you come back to the earth. But it does say in heaven, according to Christian belief, it says you will have a new body in heaven. But what I was going to say, what you said earlier, is about the blue and yellow tunnels. But now you were saying nobody says they ever saw God, but there are people with near-death experiences that say they did find themselves in heaven or in the presence of God or Jesus. But now, we can't say anything about their experience. I can't even say anything about their experience, because even though I'd like to believe their experiences are real, I can't say that they were, because it's not my experience. I haven't had that experience.
I agree.
But there are people that say when they went, they had a near-death experience, that they went to heaven, that they were in the presence of God, they were in the presence of Jesus and relatives. And I can't tell them that didn't happen. I hope that's what happened under my belief, but I'm not going to sit here and say just because I'm a Christian that I know for 100% fact that that's what happened, because it wasn't me that experienced it.
Yeah. It's all based on faith.
Right. Now, I've had 3 experiences in my life that make me more inclined to believe what I believe, that I feel like is more evidential and proof that I may talk about sometime or something. I won't go into it tonight, and I consider myself blessed to have had those experiences, because I feel like it gives me more of evidence or proof that what I believe is real. But can even me with those experiences, can I 100% say that what I believe is absolutely the be all end all? I can't. Nobody can.
That's just what you believe. That's it.
And that's what I was trying to say earlier, that we just don't know. I don't believe that there's an almighty God looking over every single person, over every single thing, and blah, blah, blah. But do I believe that there could be a quote unquote almighty spiritual being after you die that runs the heavens? Absolutely, there could. You'll never hear me deny that, because I don't know. And I've had different dreams that make me think there is something once you die, like an master who looks over all the spirits, and who knows what they do. But do I believe that? Yeah, I do.
You believe what you see, right? That you're like that.
Yes, but I've had some pretty intense dreams about God.
Yeah.
But it was always an afterlife God. It was never there's a God Almighty who worries about what's on earth. It was more about a spirit that overlooked everyone in heaven.
Well, the earth is the devil's playground. It really is. And it was.
Well, it says that God gave the devil dominion over the earth. Not and people. Let me make this clear. When I say that, it doesn't mean the devil runs and controls everything on earth. It means he was given a certain amount of power, and God can intervene and change that at any time he wants. But that was, what happened under Christian belief.
See how she said that? Under Christian belief. You got to always add that. It's sort of like a disclaimer when you're witnessing. You say, well, according to the Bible, this is what it says. You don't say, oh no, you got to do this. It's your approach. Nobody's going to listen to you that way. In
my opinion, there has to be a God out there, something out there, some form of creator, that created all this, the heavens and the earth and the firmament and all that, as the Bible says. Because if you got to think about it, that we've been on this planet how many years as human beings, and we're capable of doing things like building pyramids, Taj Mahal, this, that, and the other. But nobody has been able to build an earth, planets, stars, a sun. So it leads you to believe that there has to be some sort of beginning out there, a creator of all of it,
Aliens.
that we've not evolved any further than we have as human beings, and we've been on the planet as long as we have. That tells me that there must be something higher out there.
They're only alien because we don't know what they are. Yeah, Laura.
We know they exist, though.
I believe they do. Yeah.
Oh, they absolutely do. I've
I live
learned that recently.
I live right down the street from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and that's they claim to have them there for years.
But I'll tell you, I'm a big believer in basically Big Bang, but I'm a believer in nothing was created from nothing. No one God created us. Everything happened from evolution. Everything evolved and everything changed. And, mountains, the world, states, countries, everything was created from evolution, and everything just changing over time. And, mountains happening because, erosion and the waters. And so to me, everything just happened in creation.
I wonder what happens when man creates all of the technology it possibly can when it can't make anything else. What happens then? We've got things right now that I wouldn't even have thought were possible when I was a kid. So what do? Just expire? We implode?
They'll always build something else. They'll always come up with something else.
That's what makes me believe, though, that there must be a God, is because we've been on the earth this long and we've gotten no further than what we have, and it's like there must be something a lot more intelligent and capable than us. And what to what Laura said about the Big Bang Theory and evolution is, I'm a creationist, of course, but in my opinion, if the Big Bang Theory did happen or evolution did happen, who's to say God didn't make it happen? That He wasn't the beginning of the Big Bang or evolution?
All right. Well, they say when God comes back, He'll come back like a thief in the night. Nobody will be expecting it. Christianity probably in America and on the earth will probably be something that only a few people do when He comes back. But once His word reaches all four corners of the earth and everybody's had a chance to hear His word, He's going to come back according to the Bible. And around that time, Christianity, it's expiring at this point.
Brian, I have a confession.
Yeah.
I am God. I came back. I resurrected.
Laura.
I did want to say something to you, Laura, that I'm glad, and congratulations on you finishing your radiation.
Thank
you keep with your pills for the next 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And keep up with that so you can stay in good health. And I hope your cancer does not recur.
Thank you.
I hope I hope God blesses you with a long and healthy, happy life, and it does not recur.
She's a tough cookie, that one.
Yeah, I am just glad it's over. That's all I gotta say. I'm glad it's finally fucking over. But I have been on 4.5 hours. I was supposed to be on like an hour and a half.
Well, you had a really good, informative live. I appreciate you giving me time up here.
Absolutely. I'm glad
Thanks for having me up as well.
No drama, and everybody had a good time. The chat was even cool. So
it was live.
That's what it's about. It should be more informative than fighting and stuff like that. It should be adults talking about something and walking away learning something. Yeah, that's what I did. I appreciate it. So
I agree.
Thanks, Laura.
You're welcome. It was old school with old school people.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't think about that. It was an OG drama reunion.
Only the strong survive, Laura.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just don't do it anymore. I don't have time for it. I'm too stressed for it. I got, I don't want to argue with nobody. But if we come up and have a good conversation, I don't have time. I just want to get along with everybody.
That's why I'm glad tonight worked out well, because that's the one thing that I've said to Patreons recently. I was like, I'll look at all these people running their mouth, and I'll say to my Patreons, this is why I don't want to go live. Because every time I go live, this one's going to run a mouth, and this one's going to run a mouth, and this one's going to clip it. And I'm just I don't want to deal with it. And
Yeah.
then, I said, I got to get out of that mindset and just fucking ignore it and do what I
Yeah.
like to do. And that's what I liked about this live. I went back to doing what I like to do. And that is, just stand on my
Yeah.
convictions, having other people up, people that I know for a long time. And I think it was a great live.
It's very informative. Like I said, I appreciate you bringing me up. I know I'm not a real popular candidate for panels anymore, but I'm not the same really type of person. I don't want to. I just want to be out here, and I respect everybody, even the ones that I don't care for so much or don't care for me. These people have been a part of my life for the last 5, 6, 7, 10 years, and it's good to be able to just get in there and be adults, and I appreciate it. I'm gonna pop off, Laura.
All right.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank
bye.
you guys. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
I know. All right. That was a 4.5 hour live. I know it was, Jess, and I know Brian for years. I know Nari for years, and I like Nari's insight into the Bible and religion. And I don't think we really got anywhere from Republican Ash, but hopefully we did. So Brian did a wonderful job. Brian's good when he wants to be. But I didn't expect to be on this long. So you guys better hit that thumbs up, because last time I checked, it was like at a pathetic 40. I was like, oh my God. And now it's still only a 40. Let me check. Hold on. There's only 69 thumbs up. Come on, people. That's horrible. Horrible. See what happens when I'm away. You guys forget to hit the thumbs up. Y'all say how great chat was, but you don't hit the thumbs up. So, all right, but I am going to get off. I got to get back to this website, but it was a good live. It got me, back into the swing of why I'm here in the first place. But for those of you that didn't know, yeah, I really am diehard gay rights. You would think I was gay, honestly. So, all right, I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow, hopefully. And I'll try to put more panels together of things that matter and not like bullshit, just actual things that matter. Maybe that's the direction I should go in. Of just talking about things that matter in life, things that could change the world. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what I should do. I got to think about that. Like life stuff, Not like judging anyone, like just life stuff. Issues. I don't know. Like cheese. Cheese matters. Hell yeah. Cheese definitely matters. You got cheese curds, shredded cheese, mozzarella cheese, lots of different cheeses. From under cheese, goat cheese, Gouda cheese, lots of cheeses. No, but seriously though, maybe I should put together like panels of things that matter. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But I want to thank you, beautiful people, for being here. And I'll see you guys later. I really have to finish this website. I got all the pictures done. I just got to do it all. It's a fucking pain in the ass. So hopefully I'll be done by tomorrow. And then I'm going to do the BOGO. And that's it. Cheez-Its. I forgot about Cheez-Its. Can't forget Cheez-Its. Oh, I don't like that spread cheese. You know what it's called? That like the ones that you spread, like this one cheese that comes in a can. I don't like that. That's gross. Like Cheese Whiz, that's not for me. I don't like fake cheese. It's got to be real cheese. So, all right. I love you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget, hit that thumbs up and hit that subscribe button if you haven't. And make sure you check out Energy Candles, ENERGIE, candles.com. Or you could wait a day till the BOGO goes on sale. Then it's going to be buy one, get one. And that's it. All right. I will see you guys later. Peace.